want to fill it out now, if you want to work on it, you can. If you want to wait, it's up to you. He's working on one now. But if you want to give it back to me later, it's up to you. What are you doing, man? If you want, I'll give you a few minutes and I'll come back in and check on you.
Hello, police officer.
What are you doing? You playing hide and seek?
Yeah.
So just if he hits me again after you guys leave, if I just have to make sure.
Pull out your phone if you guys start arguing.
Okay.
Record it. Call us.
Let me show you our playroom.
We can't stop either one of you. Well, he said one of them is a stepchild.
Not these.
Hey, can
Not
you look
these.
at our playroom?
Yeah, I'll come check it out. But that's without a protection order.
He can physically take them.
You both have rights, unless a court says otherwise, and then unless it's like a child born out of wedlock issue. Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
What do you want me to do, big guy?
Look at this playroom.
Okay.
Look at this.
Oh, I see.
It's a black widow.
Oh, no jumping. It's a big playroom, huh? You guys like it in here? No jumping.
Can you put on a show?
No, I can't put on a show. That's up to your mommy and daddy. No. What are you doing? You're getting the little one roused up. You want me to give you a few minutes? I'll come back and check on you, Miss Bree.
Hey, look at this.
Yeah,
The fire truck.
I got it.
Why do you got a badge?
Because that's what I got. Here, hang out in here, big guy.
No, come with me.
No, you can't come with me.
Dad, too.
No.
Yes.
No. You gotta hang out.
Can I see your car?
Come on. Stay inside, big guy.
Your car.
See, now you got your sister want to come out. I'll show it to you before we leave. Let's see what your mama wants.
Can I show you missing in Patty's room?
Man, you're trying to show me everything. I said they're trying to show me everything.
You have to let me know where she's taking my kids if she's leaving?
That's between you guys. We're not getting in the middle
There's no law
of
for that or
it.
anything though? Okay.
Not unless the kids are born out of wedlock or there's a court order.
That's Dennis the mom guard.
KP, you come to me?
All right, don't grab too much.
I know
I don't want you to trigger anything.
You got.
Set my alarm off on my radio.
No.
Button.
We don't touch that. No. No, that one either.
What's that one for?
It's just if somebody wants to be rambunctious.
That you see, that you like, what kind of thing does it do to people that's around? What does it do?
It's kind of like shock therapy.
Yeah, if it's out of wedlock, it's probably.
Why is your car not beeping?
It doesn't have a beeper on it. It's just a lock and unlock.
What, is it locking?
I hope so.
Man, can you stay with me?
Oh.
104.
104.
You already got a report?
Can you sign me a case number?
I can take it. You already got paper?
Nah, I got it.
10-4. It's 8028 8028.
10-4, thank you.
10-4.
What are you doing, bonehead? Well, that's a wild child.
He's all go, no woe.
$104.
104.
Do you have Oak Parties 14?
No, sir.
Temple.
San Rosina 185. That signal 0 is 1034, 1029. Thank you, ma'am. Step 4.
What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Is it? How old? Play what?
The hill comes on my shirt.
San Rosina 159.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
How old are you guys? 4?
55 for signal 26.
Don't you fall out of there now.
In the area of Bergren.
Oh, stay up here.
Police Parkway. Bergren Road on Gulf Breeze Parkway. A reference to two subjects, white male, white female, who are possibly signal 21, walking against traffic. White male, last seen wearing class shorts. White female, last seen wearing black tank top.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey. Dad. Can you touch me? Can you find you touch me in the car?
Can I what?
Touch me in the car. And then I will get my face over here.
You want to sit down in the car? You know, 4-year-old, you're not old enough to drive yet, buddy.
Hi.
Hey.
My brother's on this many.
How old are you?
I'm this many.
3?
Yeah. I'm gonna have another birthday in a minute.
In a minute. When's your birthday?
I'm gonna have another birthday.
When's your birthday?
It's my birthday. Something else our birthday.
Uh-oh.
Look.
What are you touching up there? I hear something dinging.
Look at me. I'm a big one. Mama coming. Mama coming.
86, subject 1. I'll be in zone 1 with AED.
Alright, guys, come on out. Come on.
I won't be ever again.
Ever again in your whole life. What if you get into a car accident?
Hi
Yeah,
again.
185.
Yeah?
185. Send me out at 1.
You opening the garage door?
Simple.
What are you doing?
Alright, come on. Out. JT, get out now.
You causing all kind of ruckus.
Out. Come on. Lady, out.
That was funny.
Golly.
You want to go to grab some grabs or no?
Better watch the skateboard.
Hey, you're not supposed to be on that skateboard, buddy.
I jumped over it.
Alright, you want to read this and make sure you got everything in there?
He's trying to open your car now.
Good luck.
Yeah, he's
Are you looking for cars?
And those things won't go unless they got our fingers under the door to trigger them and got
Yeah,
biosensors, and
I just keep trying to teach some boundaries.
then you can't put it in drive.
Nice.
Weapons won't unlock.
Nice.
Can't get to the computer. So it's not like back in the day when you could kind of leave the window down, open the door, and get out. When things are locked up like Fort Knox.
You raise your right hand for me, Mr. Collin? You swear and affirm everything you told me is true for the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
You just sign it on both sides at the bottom where it says affiant or affiant. I'm not sure how you say that. And then we'll get out of y'all's hair in just a minute. You guys going to be okay, you think, after we leave?
Yeah. I'm going to call the command, see if they can help me.
I mean, we can't dictate who takes the kids or where they go. Just you guys try to be civil about it, man. You know, how long have you guys been married?
5 years, 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I don't have
Both
to tell
really
you.
bad
You
at
know.
knowing our.
Yeah.
Oh man, I must have left my cup unlocked. What's wrong, buddy?
Uh-oh.
You okay?
He just hit his head on his gun.
You know, you gotta look where you're going, buddy.
Uh-oh. Well, Miss Bree?
Yes.
I'm going to give you both a business card. Here's one for you, Colin.
Appreciate it.
If you guys need anything, call us, okay?
Thanks.
It's all part of the report. You'd have to get it from records with the sheriff's office, okay? All right?
185.
He won't send the car. He's been asking me since... No, you can't drive my car. Yeah. Oh, you.
Can't go in there though, buddy. Just looking. No, just looking. Hey, the police have to be very serious with their cars. They can't be going in there. Whoa, look at those seats.
Can I go in there?
I don't know if you want to get in the back seat.
That's yucky.
I wipe it down, but it may be a little nasty.
Well, why is it nasty in there?
Yeah. And sometimes they're dirty.
The police are catching them.
Can I go in there with the door open?
No,
Why?
It's yucky for you.
it just not.
Somebody
Not
threw up in
good.
there. There's poop in there.
Why?
It happens.
They let a cat in there and the cat pooped in there. Sometimes bad guys want to be mean and throw up in the car, so the police officers have to clean it up. Isn't that yucky?
Can turn the lights on for you.
Turn to Latino 104, booking the 6 one.
Nobody in the house would want to hear a loud siren noise. They would be scared. Because they would think that somebody was going to get hurt or something.
You good, big man? Or you want to drive it? I can't let you drive it. Maybe one day. I heard how you was beeping that horn.
Have a nice day, baby.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Hartbarger, in watching that early on in that recording, when when Ms. Kuhn is relaying to you what has happened, she made the statement of, he put his hands on me, he raped me over the weekend. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Do you remember her making that statement at the time?
I completely missed the first one.
Okay.
Because I believe after reviewing the body camera, she said it twice.
And it seemed like you did not respond at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you did not catch or realize that she said at that point?
With all the distractions, yeah, I didn't catch that.
Okay.
That's my fault.
And you were there because of what she had relayed on 911 about him pushing her in the bathroom. Is that correct?
About the battery.
Okay. Now, in the video there, we see the two vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like on the video she is unloading items from Collin's vehicle into her vehicle.
Section leading, Your Honor.
Sustained as phrased.
What do we watch her doing with the two vehicles on that video?
She's moving stuff from Colin's vehicle into her vehicle.
Okay, including a child seat?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hartbarger, that was your only interaction with the two of them and your only involvement in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
All right, Mr. Etheridge.
Good afternoon. You're an investigator now, detective now with major crimes, right?
Right.
Congratulations. We've had the opportunity to review the video, so I won't go into huge details on this, detective, but Mr. Turner told you that his pistol was in the truck, didn't he?
I don't recall if he said that or not.
Okay. So if the video revealed that, would you defer to the video?
Say it again.
What your body camera said? If he said that during you taping him on the body camera, it'd be on there, wouldn't it?
Unless
Telling you he had a pistol in the gun in the truck.
unless that initial few seconds where the audio's catching up,
Okay. And Bree told you she didn't want him in the house, didn't she?
she said she wanted to leave.
But she also told you she didn't want him in the house, didn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay, will you defer to the video again? That's the best evidence, don't you agree? What was taped on your body cam?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you not once, but it sounds like she told you several times that he raped me, didn't she?
She did make that statement twice.
And you didn't do any follow-up on the rape allegation at all, did you?
She wanted to leave. I offered her to fill out a witness statement. She said she would fill it out at a later time.
You didn't offer to give her a rape assault kit done at the hospital, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And part of her other allegations was that he threw her down on the bathroom floor, right?
Correct.
And when asked about the marks, she told you he does it where it doesn't show. That's what she said in the video, didn't she?
She said she didn't have any marks, bruises, or scratches.
And when you responded something to the fact, well, you know, that would be helpful, we have marks, what have you, she said, next time, I should just let him punch me in the face. That's what she said to you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Turner, when you went outside to him, he said, that kind of allegation is the last thing I need, right?
Right.
Were you aware that law enforcement had been called out there several times before that particular day you went out there, Mr. Hartbarger?
No, sir.
Okay. And another thing that Mr. Turner told you is that I'm going to call the command, right?
He did say that.
Did you understand what that meant, what he was talking about?
I just assumed he was going to maybe try to get help from his first shirt or work.
He was going to call her command.
No.
Is that what you got out of it?
No.
Okay. You thought he was going to call his command?
That's what I took it as, yes.
Did you know he was no longer in the military?
I wasn't aware.
At that time?
No, sir.
And the child, the little wild child, as you referred to him as, he started crying because he hit his head on the gun in Mr. Turner's truck, didn't he?
I don't know what he hit his head on.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Harburg.
Any redirect?
Deputy Hartberger, you had a good deal of interaction with all parties, as we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any concern of in observing Collin's interaction with his children?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Can this witness be excused, or does he need to remain? Or it's just subject to recall?
I think at this point he can be excused. My initial plan was to recall him, but at this point I think he can be excused.
I have no objection to him leaving whenever the prosecutor's done with him, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir. You may step down. You're now excused. Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
Your Honor, my next witness, if defense and I may approach.
Sure.
Your Honor, state would call Deputy Jamison Lynn.
Okay, sir, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Hold the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak into the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Alderman.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Jamison Lynn,
And where are you employed, sir?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been there just a little over 5.5 years, I believe.
And what are your duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And did you respond to a call in Jenks Drive?
Yes, sir, I did.
What kind of call was it? Do you remember?
I believe it came out as a police assist, ultimately turned into a disturbance, I believe.
Okay. And what is a police assist?
A police assist is kind of just a generic name for citizens needing assistance in some fashion, shape, or form.
Okay. And how many deputies generally respond to a police assist?
Typically one.
Okay. What about a disturbance?
Two. Okay. Or more.
And so on this call out, this assist, how many deputies responded at that time?
To the police assist, just one, myself, sir.
And do you remember about what time you arrived there on Jenks Drive?
Take a look at my notes.
And do you have some notes there with you?
Yes, sir, the CAD notes in the incident report.
And with looking at that, help refresh your memory as to exactly what time you arrived on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've got 1657, I believe.
Okay. So to us civilians, that's 4:57, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you wearing a body cam at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was it activated?
Yes, sir.
And have you viewed the footage from that day?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you deem that to be a fair and accurate recording of your interactions that day?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had contact, being as you're by yourself, you had contact with both Collin and Bree, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, outside of your body cam, did you have any, well, at that time, did you have any contact with either Bree or Collin outside of what's on the body camera?
No, sir, not to my recollection.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 114 into evidence.
All right. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 114 will be admitted into evidence.
And I would move to publish.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hello.
Nice to see you here.
Yes, sir, indeed. What can I do for you? I'm Deputy Lynn with Centers County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, my wife won't let me in my house.
Okay, is this
for a
wife?
Domestic dispute. Yep. So,
Okay, can I talk to you over here? Ma'am?
my daughter, please?
Hey, can I just have you wait right there for just one moment, okay? Not right now. Hold on. Just one second. We'll get this figured out, okay? All right, so what's going on today, sir?
So she's got mental health stuff going on. I was trying to leave for Georgia to get a break from her for me and the kids earlier today, and then she called you guys. And when I was talking to you guys, she took my photo ID, all my access to money and everything.
Okay.
And then took the kids inside and locked me out. So I've been locked outside in my driveway.
Okay.
For the last couple hours.
You live here?
What's that?
Do you live here?
Yeah, we're co-owners. We both.
Okay.
So I've been on the phone with family advocacy through
Okay.
the Navy and all that most of the day. So I haven't cared that I'm outside.
Okay.
Until she came outside with my daughter on the porch screaming. So I came over and she gave my daughter to me. She couldn't make her stop screaming.
And what's the argument over? They put in the note something about kids going to Georgia.
Yeah, that was the most closest alligator to the boat.
Okay.
But she was mad that I turned off the Wi-Fi last night, so she washed my laptop in the dishwasher. Okay. And that's kind of like the last straw.
You guys, are you guys still married?
I mean, for now, yeah.
It's still legal and it's common property.
Yep.
What's yours is hers and hers is yours, unfortunately.
Yeah, so she's not allowed to stop me from entering my house?
If it's your house and you still live here, by all means, you got to enter your home however you got to enter your home.
10-4.
Make sense?
Yeah, so she's allowed to change the locks and I'm allowed to break a window, is that what you're saying?
I'm not telling you to break a window. If you want to tear, I mean, it's your property. However, you got to get into your house, you got to get into your house. If it's your home and you live here and you've got your items in there, if you got to get in, however you got to get in.
You can't, like, escort me in, no, and let me in.
Well, I'm gonna talk to her in just a second. Real quick. We'll figure out what's going on. But
yeah. So then, anyways, back to the more recent. I'm sorry.
Okay.
She wanted to take Lainey back inside.
Okay.
Lainey.
Okay.
Lainey started screaming that she doesn't want to go inside without Daddy.
Okay.
And then she wants Lainey to go inside without Daddy.
Okay.
And
so here we are.
So here we are.
Okay. At any point with this argument, was it physical? Was it anybody hit, scratch, kick, bite, push, anything like that? Poke, anything even?
Nope.
Okay. So that's just basically just a verbal argument of the kids going to Georgia then. Is it a continuation from what happened earlier then? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's a continuation of years, but yeah.
Okay. Right, but I mean, because I know we were out here earlier over the kid issues.
Oh yeah, this happened directly after you guys were here earlier. She locked me out.
Okay. About what time were we here earlier?
What, like 2?
2? 2 sound good? Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, just give me 1 second, okay? Yep. Let me talk to her and see what's going on. Hey, do you mind if I step over? Talk to you?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Hey, so if you can talk over here. I don't, want arguing back and forth.
No,
so.
it's fine. He's terrible hearing.
Okay, so I'm Deputy Lynn with the San Francisco County Sheriff's Office, as I said earlier. So what's going on today?
Well, you guys were out here earlier.
Federal Unit 215, 10-4 check.
I'm 10-4, thank you.
I was trying to take my kids to Georgia.
Okay.
I
Are they your kids or are they yours and his?
These two, well, the small
Okay.
ones are mine and his.
Okay. And so he's wanting to take them to Georgia?
Yeah, I was talking to him about wanting a divorce, so he said that he's going to take the kids to Georgia. And he can because we're still married.
Okay. Yeah.
We got into an argument about it. He pushed me up against the wall. He threw me onto the floor in the bathroom. And that's when I called the police earlier today.
Okay.
They came out, did, whatever they could do, which wasn't really anything.
Okay.
And then I locked him out.
Okay.
He had been in contact with my command.
Okay.
So he said that there's allegations of emotional abuse.
Okay.
So obviously I don't want him in there.
Okay.
Him and I arguing in front of the kids, so I
Okay.
locked him out. My daughter, she wakes up sometimes, like inconsolable from naps or whatever.
Sure.
And it's usually like him and I will pass her back and forth. It's kind of, she's fickle. Who she wants better. So she woke up from the nap and...
When you say your daughter, you mean that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I had called him and texted him like, hey, we should talk. This is not the path we want to go down right now.
Right.
When she woke up like that, I brought her out here because she's used to him and I, so I brought her out here.
Okay.
So he can help calm her down. He snatched her from me and then started trying to use her to...
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
He said, she doesn't want to come in the house unless Daddy's there.
Okay.
Just being manipulative.
Okay.
It's not a
So,
good environment.
I don't know if you overheard what I told him. It's his house too, right? He lives here too? So we can't lock each other out of the house. I mean, if we do, he's got every right to enter the house. However, he's got to enter the house.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. And same thing, if you change the locks, he's got every right to get into the house. However, he's got to get in the house. Okay. If he lives here, he's got property here. For the betterment of your daughter, whatever you guys got going on, you got to put aside for the kids. You see what I'm saying?
I agree, but he told me not to talk to him. So I'm not going to let him in the house if he's going to come in and start arguing.
But at the same time, that's leaving the child. I mean, that's kind of leaving the child out here fend for herself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. So
okay.
I don't want him to do that.
Okay. But, I mean, I can't stop him from going inside the house.
Well, that's fine. I just wanted him to give her to me so that she's not out here.
Okay.
They said earlier that since I didn't have any bruises, and
there
was nobody to witness
him
getting physical with me, that they couldn't do anything.
Okay.
So I don't
what you can do, and
I don't want him to come in and get physical with me in front of my kids.
Okay. What I'm going to tell you to do is what I tell everybody to do. You got that phone, right? That phone's got a camera on it. If at any point you feel threatened or like you're going to be harmed or anything like that.
I don't want them to see that.
I get it. But I mean, everything's not preventable. We can't, we can't say, well, you got to stay out in the front yard for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I just
at the risk of a potential
I
argument.
didn't call you. I just came out to
No,
get my daughter.
I get it. But like I said, I'm letting you know. Okay. At some point, we got to put our differences aside for the kids, and we got to say, hey, look, you got a guest bedroom, I got my room, or vice versa, whatever it is. I mean, if y'all sleep in separate rooms, or maybe somebody, take a chill pill and sleep on the couch tonight.
Right, he
which
won't do that. He told me not to talk to him.
All right,
so
well,
I want to get my daughter out of the bugs and heat, if that's okay. And I have a 4-year-old.
I'm perfectly fine with that, but I mean, like I said, it's just something that we got to, I mean, if bringing your daughter inside means he gets to come inside too, that might be something where we got to say, look, let's make a compromise. If you want to come inside with her, that's fine. I'm going to go to the room, and I'm going to close the door, and I'm going to stay in here, but at least, your daughter's safe, and she's not, out here on the road or whatever, or in the heat, getting bug bites or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm going to grab her.
Okay. Let me just get some information from you real quick. What's the kids' names?
Kylie.
Is it K-Y?
K-Y-L-I-E is my 12-year-old.
K-Y-L-I-E.
Kylie
Okay.
Kuhn. I'm sorry. I really have to go back in because my 4-year-old. Can I just
Okay,
get
yeah,
her?
absolutely. Well, if he's going to wait out here for just a second with her, and I'll go inside if you want with you. And
I don't trust him alone with her.
okay, well, then we can all walk back inside.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want that either.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
But we need to check on the 4-year-old. We want to be sure the 4-year-old.
No, that's fine. My 12-year-old's in there. So.
Okay, all right. So what's Kylie's last name?
Kuhn, K-U-H-N.
K-U-H-N. What's the middle name?
Should have one.
We should have one. Okay, what's her date of birth?
May 22nd.
Okay.
He called you, so can you get the information from him?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, are you not wanting? I'm just trying to get the names of the kids.
Yeah, no, I gave them to the people earlier.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
She's
I'm
not answering.
okay. Yeah, go check them by all means. All right. So I've got Kylie's name. What's the other child's name? Is this Kylie?
No, this is Lainey.
Okay.
Kylie's 12.
Oh, okay. All right. So what's her name?
Lainey?
Spell it for me.
L-A-N-E-Y.
Okay. And is the same last name? Kuhn, K-U-H-N? Turner?
Yep.
Okay. And what's her date of birth?
August 1st of 2018.
Okay. And what's the last one name? I got Lainey and Kylie.
And JP. JP Turner.
It's just J and P?
Yeah. John Patrick.
That's what I need.
JP.
Okay. And Turner?
Yep.
And what's the date of birth?
April 25th, 2017.
Okay. And they all reside here in this house, too?
Yep.
Okay. So what I'm going to tell you is this. You were asking earlier, if it's your house, how do you get inside? If it's your house, you got to get inside however you get inside. Okay? I can't tell you how to get inside your own house. If you got to call a locksmith, that's fine. If you've got another way in, that's up to you. It's your property. It's your house. Okay? You got to get in how you got to get in. Okay? For the sake of the children, though, what we got to do is we got to figure something out between you two. Okay? And I understand we can't fix, all the problems in 10 minutes. Okay? But when it comes to a point, where we're standing out in the driveway with a kid and it's hot. I mean, it's a hot day. You're sweating. I'm sweating. I know she's sweating.
Unit 215,
Okay.
10-4 check.
I'm 10-4. Thank you. Can you make this a 20 and link it to 104's call from earlier? I believe you had a case number. It's 8028, I believe.
10-4.
Might be a cop-out, but my wife's got borderline personality disorder, and she's nice to you.
Well, I understand.
Like
I understand.
That when you're not here.
I've met her before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, we were in March?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Apologies for not recognizing
No,
you.
you're okay. You're okay. But yeah, I'm familiar with her, and like I said, it's just we got to come to a situation where the kids aren't standing in the driveway all day. You see what I'm saying? Whatever the compromise may be, if you say, look, you want the kid to come inside, I want the kid to come inside. You don't want me inside. How about this? We'll go to separate rooms.
145, 10-4
Something
check.
like that. You see what I'm saying? We got to come to an agreement where we can all kind of be adults and say, for the betterment of the children, so the children ain't standing here in the driveway all day. We got to get them inside so they don't get overheated and whatnot. Bug bites, mosquitoes, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, and in the end, it's about taking care of the kids, right? We got to be adults, though. We got to step up and we got to say, hey, look, let's work something out. And maybe that's the conversation you guys need to have is see if we can figure something out, some sort of compromise. But so we're not coming out here all the time. And I'm gonna tell you, we keep coming out here. If it turns physical at any point, somebody's gonna have to go to jail. Okay, state law requires somebody to go to jail. If somebody gets physical and there's an evidence of it, somebody's going to jail. Okay, whether it's you, whether it's her, I don't know, but
Another reason I wanted to go to Georgia and why I've been happy staying out here all day. Because
well, they're your kids. I'm sure, like that deputy told you earlier, they're your kids. They're her kids. I can't tell you what to do, and that's a civil matter. Okay, so if you want to take the two kids and go, and she's good with it, great. If you want to take the kids and she's not good with it, well, it's possession's 9/10 of the law. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's a civil issue though. But if you guys are going through a divorce, make sure you get a child custody agreement of some sort. That's worked into the divorce paperwork as well, if that's the case. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna go in there and speak to her one more time. Do you have any questions for me?
So she can take my driver's license?
Does she have your driver's license?
Yeah.
Where's it at right now?
I don't know where it's at.
Okay.
When I was talking to the deputies in my garage giving a statement earlier, she came out to my truck and took my wallet. So 3 forms of ID and...
So your wallet and your driver's license are the things she's got from you right now?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll go in there and talk to her and ask her about them, okay? Okay. All right. Hello. I didn't want to let your doggies out. So he says you've got his wallet and his driver's license. Do you know where those items are?
No.
Did you remove them from his truck earlier?
No, I took my American Express.
Because those are personal items, okay? So
Right,
being as those are personal items, not common shared items, okay? You know, if we've taken them from him, that's a theft, okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if we've got those items need to be returned.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell you that, okay? That's a fair warning, okay? As far as tonight, we've got to figure out something where you guys can, maybe one of y'all can get a hotel, maybe one of y'all can agree to sleep in another room or something like that or whatever, but what we got to do is we get something figured out, that way we're not out here 10 more times tonight, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay? So, he's going to bring the kid inside the house, okay? And this is his house too. We're not going to prevent him from coming inside his house, okay?
Yeah, I didn't say you were.
Okay, alright, so this is his house. He's going to bring the kid inside the house, and we're going to get things worked out, right? So we're not coming back out here 2 more times. Because if we do come out here and somebody tells me somebody's been physical and I can find some evidence of such, i.e. red marks, bruises, scrapes, scratches, or an evidence, a witness or anything like that, it's kind of somebody's going to want to go in jail. Might be you, might be him. I don't know. I can't predict the future, okay? But what I'm telling you is if we continue to go down this route, we're going to have to start resorting to other things, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. Okay? I mean, I want everybody to get along and enjoy their night, okay? Like I said, for the children's sake, if nothing else, you know. I mean, we can hate each other, but, you know, in front of the kids, we try not to, you know, use them say, yeah. And again, I mean, I can't make you do something. If that's not how you want to be, that's not how you want to be. But it's just probably for the best, okay? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All right, so can we agree to let him in so he can bring the kid inside and so she can get cooled down?
Yes.
Right.
So he's not going to harass the kids?
No, he's not gonna bother anybody.
Okay.
And if he does, you can give us a call. We'll come back out here, okay?
Okay.
All right? Any questions for me this afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I appreciate you being
Thank you.
cooperative with me. Thank you. Okay, sir. You're good to go. She's going to let you back inside with the kid.
Cool.
All right? We just, like I said, let's just try not to nitpick at each other, okay? I mean, I'm not saying you are, but we got to come to a resolution on it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got you.
All right, I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. And if you get anything and you need us, just let me know.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Oh, I did ask her about the wallet and driver's license. She said she doesn't know where they are. Unfortunately, I can't prove that she does know where they are. I get that for you. I got you. You got your hands full. All right, here we go. You might want to wash it off. It hit the ground. All right.
Off inside.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Lynn, after that recording we just watched, at any point did you respond back to that same location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how much later was it you arrived back at that location?
I don't have the note on me. I believe it's somewhere within an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Okay.
It wasn't too long.
And what was the situation as you arrived on scene?
The second time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It was a little bit kind of hectic, chaotic. I kind of arrived last, I believe. I was one of the last units that got there. Just kind of a little bit hectic.
Okay. And again, at that time, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir, it was.
And have you viewed a copy of that recording?
Yes, sir, I have.
And was that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you witnessed on the scene the second time?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, I'd like to admit State's Exhibit 115 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 115 will be admitted.
Move to publish.
Okay.
No objection to publication, Your Honor.
33. Station clear.
And my other two kids are 4 and 3. And they're in that house too.
Did you search her already? Hold on, real quick. We're gonna search you, okay? Just hold on to your hand real fast, okay?
Is he dead?
I don't know yet, ma'am. I just got here.
No, I'm fine. I just my kids and my husband.
Are the kids in the house?
No, they're with the neighbor. Christy Curtis, John. Christy and John Curtis.
Any other
I have nothing.
thing on you that I need to be aware of?
Nothing.
Anything in your bra?
No.
Your bra on?
I do have a bra.
Just gonna pull it forward, make sure you don't have anything in it,
It's
okay?
a nursing bra, so it's not.
Okay.
He was dead. I saw him and I tried to help, but he was dead.
Okay, well, let's not talk about that right now, okay?
My kids don't have a dad or a mom now. And it's my fault. And he's right.
Alright. For right now, we're just gonna do this for right now, okay?
Just for your safety, for ours, okay?
I'm a murderer.
See, listen, listen to me. You're not under arrest right now. You're being detained, okay? While we investigate.
No, you should arrest me. I killed my husband. Hopefully I just shot him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead.
Should double lock her up.
How come they're not going to get him? The ambulance.
I think they need to talk to you too. So,
Will the ambulance go get him?
Alright. You searched her? She's good? I'm gonna sit her in the car. Don't say nothing. Alright, go ahead and have a seat in the car for me, okay? Listen to me. Ma'am,
Yes.
go ahead and have a seat in the car for me. It's easiest if you just sit your butt down first and you twist your feet inside, okay? Can you do that for me right now? I appreciate you. We'll get this figured out, okay? I'm gonna let you know as soon as I know something, okay?
He's dead.
Listen to me. I'm gonna let you know as soon as I know something, okay?
I think she's in shock.
Alright. Just twist around, keep your feet inside there, okay? Now listen, I'm gonna crack this window for you so you can get some airflow, okay? Do you feel like you need EMS to check you out? Are you breathing okay? Okay, look at me. Okay, take some nice deep breaths, okay? I can see you holding your breath right now, okay? Okay? Can I let these gentlemen look at you from EMS? Can I let them look at you at least?
Notified major crimes.
Okay. Hey, can y'all look at her? I think she's in shock.
It was my son.
Hey, do you want to kick your feet out and sit on the edge of the chair here so they can talk to you? Okay. She's in
What's her name?
shock. What's your name again, ma'am? Rebecca, right? What's your name? Bree. I'm sorry, Bree. Bree.
He doesn't want us to confirm or anything?
I don't think so. Let me ask them real fast. Hey, keep an eye on him. Hey. They want to know, do they need to confirm or is he obvious?
No.
Okay.
I want no say.
Okay. Hey. They don't need to confirm.
Go ahead.
When we responded twice today, there was 3 kids, 10-12. Can you advise if they're 10-4?
10-4, we're trying to locate where they're at right now.
215, she's advising me at the neighbor's house.
John and Christy Curtis.
What house number?
It's like 4 up.
4 up on the north side of the road? On the north side of the road?
On the right.
South side of the road? 215, she's advising her John and Christy Curtis.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Lynn, after what we observed there on the body cam, did you proceed to the Curtis residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you locate at that residence?
The 3 children.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Thank you, Hunter. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had been out to that 6184 Jenks Avenue several months before September the 8th, 2021, hadn't you?
Prior to September, yes, sir.
And the call was for this young lady being suicidal, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And according to your information, she had called her brother in regards to suicidal idealization, and that's when you guys got called out, right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time, she met the criteria for Baker Act and was admitted to a medical facility, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
And basically, you correct me if I'm wrong, but basically a Baker Act commitment occurs when a person poses a potential threat to themselves or others, right?
More or less, yes, sir.
Okay. You were aware that she was the chief petty officer of the Navy as a security officer at one time, right?
Yes, sir.
In the first video we saw today, you were aware that one of your fellow officers, now detective, he was a patrol deputy back then, Hartbarger, had been out there already that morning, right, or earlier that day.
Yes, sir, correct.
And you weren't sure whether Bree called that time or whether Mr. Turner called, were you?
The previous call? No, sir, I wasn't aware of who called.
Were you aware that he had taken or snatched the 3-year-old out of her arms and taken her outside when you got there?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of very much of the information from the previous call.
But you were aware that he was threatening to take the rest of the children with him to Georgia, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware, or was it made known to you that he had guns out there in the same truck that he was going to take the children to Georgia?
I don't recall hearing anything about firearms.
And Bree told you that she had been pushed or hit by him, didn't she?
She told me that she had spoke with the deputies previously about a physical altercation. Yes, sir.
And when you got out there, the first video was about, what time was it, 4 something in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir. Looking at my CAD notes, we received the call at 16:57, before 4:57. I was dispatched at 5 o'clock even, and I responded, was on scene by 5:22.
Thank you. And on the video, I wrote this down, but she told you she called the police because he threw her down the bathroom floor and pushed her in a wall, but nothing was done. That's what she said in this video, wasn't it?
Correct, sir.
And I just asked you, so I'm not going to ask you again. But she said clearly and plainly in this video, I don't want to leave him alone, her alone with him. That's what she told you on the video, didn't she? Talking about Mr. Turner and Laney, the little girl.
Yes, sir.
And she told you she took the American Express car, but that belonged to her, right?
I don't recall the conversation of the American Express.
Okay. But she denied taking any driver's license or identification from Mr. Turner, didn't she?
She told me she had not.
Okay. And you didn't charge her with theft of any ID, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
She was never arrested for theft, was she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And what she was most concerned with, it appeared to me from watching the video, and you agree with me, the video speaks for itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, what it appeared to me, what she's most concerned with is as long as he's not going to harass the kids. That's what she said on that video, didn't she?
That is a statement she made, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's switch gears to the second video. I believe her words was, I saw him and I tried to help him. That was one of the first statements she made, right?
I don't recall such a statement.
Would you refer to the video that we just watched?
I don't specifically remember that statement.
That was your body cam. You had your body cam on. That's what we just watched, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, if that's what was on the video.
So she said that on your body cam, and it's on that video. Would you defer to that?
If that's what's on the video, yes, sir.
Okay.
Forgive me, I didn't hear it.
No problem. and I believe her exact words, my kids don't have a mom or a dad anymore.
Yes, sir.
And you had her checked out by the EMS because of what you suspected was shock.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, she never tried to run or hide from law enforcement, did she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
She didn't try to leave that Traverse, that white Traverse that was parked out there, did she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Were you aware, or did you become aware, that she told law enforcement exactly where the firearm was that was used?
I was not aware of that at the time.
And on the video again, she asked you, how come you're not calling the ambulance, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Deputy Lynn, Mr. Etheridge asked you about her making the statement about she didn't want to leave him alone with the child, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that's the same child that she intentionally brought out and handed to Collin because the child was upset. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And that's what she told you?
Yes, sir.
I brought this child out, handed her to Collin, so that he could calm her down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in terms of her rendering aid, if she has shot her husband to death, is rendering aid going to do any good?
I couldn't speak to that. I wouldn't assume so.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Could this witness be excused, or does he need to remain?
I would ask that he remain, Judge. I mean, he's free to go, but I may...
But remain on standby?
Yes, sir. I'll have him on standby for Thursday, and I will...
All right. Any objection to that?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're now excused, but please remain on standby.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would call Deputy Bonner.
Your Honor, Why? May we approach briefly?
Okay. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess at this time. Please leave your notepads and pens underneath the chairs. Please not discuss the case among yourselves, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
Please rise for the jury. Y'all will, just follow me.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll be back about 2:30.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Those two you just played.
Trying to keep everything organized here.
Probably want to get rid of the redacted one.
Okay, everybody be seated. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. I'll pull the chair close to the microphone and speak into the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman?
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
I'm Deputy Kyler Bonner, Kylerbohner.
And where are you employed, sir?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
A little over 7 years.
Okay. And what are your duties with the sheriff's office?
I currently work in patrol.
You're currently working nights, is that right?
Evenings. It's referred to as the swing shift, but it runs into nights.
I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point that, did you respond to a shooting?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I don't know the specific address off the top of my head. I was assisting another deputy on a separate call. I was currently with the K-9 division at the time, so with those duties, I'm all over the county.
Okay.
I just happened to be in Navarre during that time frame, and I heard the emergency tone come out through our radio traffic, and then I proceeded to respond to that area.
And when you say the emergency, what did that indicate to you? What kind of call did you understand it to be?
So typically high priority calls, usually referring to danger, violent crimes. They dispatch tones, a specific tone that lets you know the severity of that call. It basically puts deputies on alert to pay attention to the radio traffic being passed.
Okay. Now, once you arrived at the scene, did you have any involvement in locating a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you ultimately locate that firearm?
Inside the kitchen, it was, I was able to see it resting by the toaster on the countertop.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, were you wearing a body cam?
Yes.
And was it recording?
Yes.
And the copy of that recording, is that a fair and accurate recording of your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to move State's Exhibit 111 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 111 will be admitted.
And Judge, I would move to publish.
You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
I didn't mean to call you off, but I mean, you were closer to this. No, you're good. You're good.
Who did she shoot?
He's in the, I don't know who he is, but he's in the garage. Or in the chest, or looks like in the chest. Might be two.
Deputy Pinto, who is that other deputy with you there?
The other deputy with me there is Deputy Pinto.
Pinto, thanks, sir.
They said they heard 4 gunshots, though.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I don't see a signal 0 anywhere.
You got an extra glove?
Might have him come up here after that and call it there yet.
Dr. 428, alcohol contact, please. Yes, sir. It's going to be a Florida National Guard tag. Adam 71 Patrol State 710 on the Black Diesel type. Market 50 Middle Horror, please. Yes, sir. At 6195 and they are 10-4. It's 10-5 minutes on. Yes, sir.
158 to 61. $158 to any supervisor on scene.
Hey, sir. Fire's calling you. Fire's calling you.
Hey, I got eyes on the signal 0 here in the kitchen. It's behind the toaster. 26. It's it looks like it's in the holster, but it's stuck behind the toaster next to the fridge. I haven't touched it.
Okay. They need you to move your vehicle so this lady next door can get out.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Bonner, a couple of times there you make mention of a signal 0. What is a signal 0?
So we have signals and 10 codes with the agency that mean a certain thing. Signal 0, in that instance, refers to a weapon.
And after locating the firearm there in the kitchen, as we saw, did you have any further involvement in the investigation of the case?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Etheridge?
Good afternoon, sir. In looking at the video, I saw a large amount, a whole bunch of bottles of prescription medications. You remember seeing those up there in the pantry and the shelf?
I don't recall.
When you were looking at them, did you see them up there? You stopped and put back there a couple of times. There's a whole row of prescription bottles up there. You remember seeing those?
I wasn't paying attention to the bottles.
Okay, did you look at those prescription bottles to see who that medication was for?
I don't believe I did.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No redirect, sir.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your
You
Honor.
may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
Yeah, we call Deputy Pinto.
All right, sir. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak into the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
So would you please state your name for the record?
Felipe Pinto,
And where you're employed, sir?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Going on 5 years.
And what are your duties there at the Sheriff's Office?
Right now, I'm a field training officer, but I'm a road deputy as well.
Now, were you on duty on September 8th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a call that evening?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To 6148 Jenks Drive.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time you arrived at that location?
It's around 6:30-ish.
Okay. And did you proceed inside that residence?
Yes, sir.
Where did you initially go inside that residence?
The garage.
Okay. And what did you observe inside the garage?
Went under the garage door, wasn't fully open yet, and there was a deceased male subject laid on the floor.
Okay. And in terms of his, let's say, medical condition, was he beyond any kind of aid?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point after that, did you observe a firearm inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Behind a toaster in the kitchen. If you turn right, it was where the fridge is, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you're there on scene, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir.
And have you viewed the footage from your body cam? Is that an accurate copy of the scene as you witnessed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time I'd like to move State's Exhibit 110 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 110 will be admitted into evidence.
Yeah, that's fine.
Your Honor, State would move to publish State Exhibit 110.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
217, get EMS in here.
This one.
217, baggy signal 7.
This one.
Who was the one that shot him? Okay. Yep. Okay. He's in the, I don't know who he is, but he's in the garage. 3 in the chest, or looks like 3 in the chest, might be 2. They said they heard 4 gunshots though. I don't see a signal 0 anywhere.
You got an extra glove?
Yeah. I might end up having to come up here if Half Hill hadn't gone up there yet.
215.
You got me 428 at our car form, please.
This one.
It's going to be a Florida National Guard tag. Adam 71 Charles 8710 on the black diesel type. If I could just get the mail bar already, please.
This one.
The children bar at 6195 and they are 10-4. Maybe 10-5 of the gentleman.
10-4.
158 to 61. Supervisor on thing.
Hey Sarge, Bonner's calling you. Bonner's calling you. Yeah.
Hey, I got eyes on the signal there here in the kitchen. Behind the toaster. Which is here securing over this. 26.
It's it looks like it's in the holster.
Yeah.
But it's stuck behind the toaster next to where it's having toaster.
Okay. They need you to move your vehicle so this lady next door can get out.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
21 to 6.
Yeah, I didn't move it. It's behind the toaster.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. 1039 to unit 38. She's going to get her ship tank as fast as possible. 10-4, thank you.
What's that behind a toaster? Ah, toaster. Camera. Signal 0. Not touched.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Pinto, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Y'all didn't have any problem getting in or out of that garage, did you?
While it was open?
Yeah.
No, sir.
And the garage door opener worked, didn't it? I think it was Major Brigman, looked like to me. hit the garage door open, and it came up, didn't it?
That was Sergeant Clemens. Yes, sir.
Okay, Sergeant, one of you guys. But it worked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never spoke to Bree, did you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that she told Major Brinkman where that firearm was?
No, sir.
You ever ask him?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with Bree whatsoever
No, sir.
that day? And I believe that was your voice in this body camera, which said 3 in the chest, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can you redirect?
Deputy Pinto, Collin appeared to have holes in his chest when you saw him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever roll him over to count how many holes he had in his back?
No.
Thanks.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would call Douglas Brinkmans.
All right, sir, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can and speak loud enough into the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Douglas Brinkmans,
Where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 26 years.
And what is your position with the Sheriff's Office?
Major over Special Operations Division.
And what are your basic duties as a major with the Sheriff's Office?
The units involve school resource, fleet, drone units, disaster response, traffic, canine, criminal interdiction, and a couple other things.
And you oversee all of those units?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021. What was your assignment at that time?
I was working as a watch commander to replace one of the lieutenants that couldn't be there that night.
Okay. Is that something that you had expected to be doing?
Yes, sir. We were short one lieutenant, so captains and above were taking rotations to fill in for the missing position.
Okay. Now, that early evening, did you respond to a call?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Myself and Sergeant Clemens were on a previous call at Walmart in Gulf Breeze when the call came out to an address off of River Birch.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
There were some people standing on the lawn on the property line between the residence that we were responding to in the neighbor's house. The garage was about a quarter of the way up, and Deputy Pinto and Sergeant Clemens entered the residence, and I went to go speak to the people that are standing on the property line next door.
Okay. And did you have contact with the defendant in this case, Ms. Bree Kuhn?
Yes, sir.
And where did you make contact with her?
On the neighbor's porch, sitting on like a bench in front of the neighbor's house.
Okay. And what happened once you approached Ms. Kuhn?
She had what appeared to be a 12-year-old female child standing next to her, and she told her that everything would be fine and that she was sorry. And when I spoke to her, I asked her if she was all right, and she said that I shot him.
Did she say anything else about The shooting?
She repeated it 2 more times, and then I asked her to come with me because I needed to bring her to one of our vehicles to secure her. And she told me that she shot him because he was going to take that she shot him because he was going to take my children.
Now, during this time frame, were you wearing a body cam?
No, sir.
Why not?
Captains and above at the time were not wearing body cams, and we weren't issued any.
And you're not wearing a body cam currently, correct?
No, sir.
As a major?
Yes, sir.
The person that you made contact with on the porch that made those statements of, I shot him, he's going to take my kids, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Stipulated, this is Bree Kuhn, person on the porch.
Okay, the defense is stipulated that the defendant made those statements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, fair to say, other deputies show up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once other deputies arrived, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case or what happened?
No, sir. I just brought Ms. Kuhn back to one of the vehicles where she was secured, and I want to say it was Deputy Lohaw's vehicle. I'm not 100% sure. And then I just stayed on scene to make sure crime scene arrived, major crimes, and that we had a secured scene until major crimes took over.
And can you describe her sort of basic demeanor as you were speaking with her and walking with her?
I mean, I'm not an expert on how people are as far as whether she was in shock or anything, but I'm assuming she was in some kind of distress.
Okay. And the location you responded to there, was that in Santa Rosa County?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. Were you aware, did Bree tell you or another officer where that firearm was?
I asked her on the when she was sitting on the porch. I asked her because there wasn't a fence around the property, so my concern was, where's the gun? I asked her where the firearm was, and she just told me in the house. She didn't say where in the house. She just said in the house.
You heard her telling her older child, the older female child, that she was sorry and everything would be fine, right?
Yes, sir.
She said she shot him because he was going to take the children. At least a couple of times she told you that.
No, she said she shot him 3 times. But when we got up to walk to the car, she said she shot him because he was going to take the kids. But that's only one time that she said that.
Now, she cooperated with law enforcement fully, didn't she?
At that point in time, yes, sir.
And without you giving her Miranda rights, without her having an attorney present, none of that whatsoever. She told you straight up exactly what happened, didn't she?
She told me that she shot him and why she shot him as a spontaneous utterance.
Based on your 26-plus years of training experience, it was obvious to you that she's either in distress and or shock. That would be your opinion.
That she was in some kind of distress, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Major, I think you said, she said I shot him 3 times. Did she say I shot him 3 times, or did she say I shot him and she say that 3 times?
She said I shot him, then paused, and then repeated what she said 2 more times.
Okay. So she never specified how many times she shot?
No, sir. She didn't specify whether she shot him once or 10 times. She didn't say any of that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would call Sergeant Metzler.
All right, sir, raise your right hand. Go ahead and swear him in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give it shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can and talk in the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Curtis Metzler,
Could you spell your last name?
Metzler.
Where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
I think 12 years.
Okay. And what is your present position with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a sergeant assigned to special operations over to school resource officers.
Okay. Now, I want to focus your attention back on September 8th of 2021. What were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol sergeant down in District 2, which is the Navarre area.
Okay. And did you respond out to the scene of a shooting that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you wearing a body camera at that time?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir.
And have you been able to view the footage of that recording?
Yes, sir.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of the scene as you witnessed it that evening?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would move into Evidence States Exhibit 126.
Any objection?
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 126 will be admitted into evidence.
I would move to publish, Judge.
You may.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
410, your neighbor, and I got you in fire with you.
8597. 8597? Where's 8597?
Jim, I have a female out here with me. Chancellor, come over here.
Oh.
All right, this is hold on. This is Deputy Lohawk. Come here, sweetheart. It's okay.
Are you in shock?
Well, do me a favor. Can you?
Is he alive?
They're working on him right now.
Okay.
I need you to go with this deputy. Have a seat in her car. She's going to hang out with you.
Take her. I'll get an EMS to come check her out. She's the shooter. I'll get her.
South Observation 33, 1833. Station there.
Come on, sweetheart. Come on, let's go. Come over here. That way, we'll get EMS to check you out. Make sure you're okay. Okay. Come on.
Let's come over here. Okay.
Come over here. Come this way. Come on.
My oldest daughter.
Where's your kids at?
That's my oldest right there.
Okay.
She's 12. Her dad's name is James Hardy Joyner. He's in the DEA. He's coming to get her. From Mobile. I called him.
Okay.
Have a seat.
All right, have a seat. Have a seat.
Thank you, sir. And Sergeant Metzler, at that point, you walked away from the vehicle and other deputies had contact with Ms. Kuhn. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than being there as a sergeant, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Looking at that video there from your body cam, obviously Bree was upset and worried about her kids and kept asking if he was alive, the person that got shot, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she told you right up front, she kept saying she shot her husband and kept asking if he was alive, didn't she?
I don't believe she told me that she had shot her or shot him, but she did say that asked if he was alive.
And you had EMS check her out because you feared she was going into shock?
Yeah, I figured after you witnessed or involved with in anything, because at that point we didn't know what had actually happened, just make sure that she wasn't going into shock or anything of that nature.
You remember seeing that red truck that was in the video there parked in the driveway?
Yes, sir. There was two cars there in the driveway.
Do you remember your fellow officers going inside that truck and finding guns inside that truck?
No, sir.
Were you aware, did you find out some later time that had occurred?
That
There were guns in there?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't know that.
And were you aware that law enforcement had been called out there earlier at the same address?
At that time, no, sir, I had not. But after being there, then yes, I had been told that we had been out there earlier.
And basically nothing happened. There was no arrest. Nothing happened.
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Sergeant, is there anything wrong with somebody having a firearm in their vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
Right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused. Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
Judge, we want to approach briefly.
Oh, okay. All right, members of the jury, we need to take another break. This break will probably last about 15 minutes. And what I'm going to do is, again, instruct you, do not talk about this case. Do not engage in any deliberations with each other. Leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs. And you can go ahead and go out with court security.
And Judge, if I may, just for in terms of scheduling purposes, I anticipated really 3 more witnesses today.
Okay.
Crime scene, Craig Forehand, and then I was going to call Detective Rowell. Detective Rowell, there's almost an hour-long interview, so I don't know if we'll get to that today.
Okay.
But after we're done with crime scene and Mr. Forehand, I guess we can
We'll see where we are
in terms of time frame.
and then determine whether
Yes, sir.
you'll do.
So if
Detective
not,
Rowell.
I can call him in the morning. I do have Dr. Oleski come in the morning, so I could do the 2 of them in the morning.
Okay.
So.
All right. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes.
May I stand for the judge, please?
Okay, let's bring the jury back in.
You want me to have the witness take the stand, Judge, or?
No, we'll just call them. Please rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Mr. Alderman, go ahead and call your next witness.
David call Kelly Smith.
Go ahead and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, have a seat in the chair. Make sure you pull the chair as close to the mic as you can and speak into the mic loud enough so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record?
Kelly Smith,
And where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 18 years.
And what are your duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I work in the crime scene department as a crime scene tech 1.
And what are your basic duties as a crime scene tech?
Go out to a crime scene, photograph, collect evidence, package, do fingerprinting, and then turn evidence into the evidence department.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that evening?
Yes, sir.
And where did you respond to?
I believe it was 6184 Jinx Drive.
Now, when you arrive at a crime scene, what is your standard procedure when you arrive at a crime scene?
When we first arrive at a crime scene, we make contact with, in this case, it was my direct supervisor, Keith Johnson, and then take direction from there from the detective that you make contact with.
Okay. And do you typically take any photographs when you arrive on a scene?
We do. We generally take photographs of outside and inside.
Okay. And at what point in the process do you typically do that?
At the beginning, middle, and end.
Okay. So you document the scene before anything is touched or moved, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular situation, there on Jenks Drive, did you take any photographs?
I did.
Okay. Got him, approach the witness.
You back?
What's been marked as State's Exhibits 2 through 74 for identification purposes. You previously looked through those photographs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And are they an accurate depiction of the scene as you witnessed it that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this time, I'd move State's Exhibits 2 through 74 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 2 through 74 will be admitted.
And you want to move to publish?
You may. Are you going to do it on the screen, or are you going to do it?
I'm on the screen, yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Do you want gloves?
Yes, they're right here.
Okay.
What about the scissors? The scissors, were they up here too? Thank you.
You may.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, State's Exhibit 2 here. Is this the outside of the residence we're looking at?
Yes.
And for the record, State's Exhibit 3, how many vehicles are in the driveway?
2.
And State's Exhibit 5, what is your vantage point in this photograph?
I was standing on the edge of the driveway next to the white SUV, looking in the front door in the garage.
And State's Exhibit 6, I apologize. Is that the front door to the residence?
Yes, sir.
And you took some interior shots of the residence, correct?
I did.
And State's Exhibit 9, where are you standing in the residence here?
I was standing in the corner of the living room. Kitchen was going to be on my left and dining room on my right, where the clothes baskets are.
State's Exhibit 12, what door is this in the residence?
That's going to be the interior door going to the garage.
Now, is it fair to say that where there is something of interest, that when taking photographs, you do sort of, I call it the 360 and taking photographs in a circle?
Yes, we'll stand in each four corner of the room and take a picture to the inside so we can incorporate the whole room.
Okay. And what is the purpose when you kind of do that?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the purpose of you doing that?
If the room needs to be put back together, you can match the pictures together in a program and show a 360 image of it.
Okay. And is that something you did in this crime scene?
I did.
Now, this would be, where is that door that we just looked? Where is that door in this photograph?
I would be standing like on the frame of it.
And I'm sorry, for the record, that was State's Exhibit 13. State's Exhibit 15, where are you facing in this photograph?
Just a couple of feet before me, and then I turn to my left.
And then State's Exhibit 16, is that?
Turn more to my left.
And what is your vantage point in State's Exhibit 19?
That's the interior door going into the residence from the garage where when I started taking pictures, I was standing there looking out. So this is directly across from it.
Would it be fair to say there was a good deal of clutter
Yes.
in the garage? Okay. And where were you standing in State's Exhibit 20?
I'm not sure which direction.
And when I say direction, I don't mean north, south.
Yeah.
What are we looking towards in this?
We're looking towards that stainless steel refrigerator that was right beside the interior door going into the residence.
Okay. And so the door to the residence would be to our right. Is that correct? Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 21, that refrigerator is to the left of the door, correct?
If you're looking at the door, yes.
Okay. And was there anything of note that you observed close to the refrigerator?
There was some casings on the floor.
Now, in this photograph, State's Exhibit 24, I know it's probably hard to see, where is the shell casing located in this photograph?
Right beside the yellow bag of pot and soil, I think that is.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 24 for the record. And State's Exhibit 26, how many shell casings did you locate in that area?
2.
State's Exhibit 27, did you move any items?
Yes, all the items that were down there.
Okay. And are those 2 shell casings you're looking at?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness? Ms. Smith, I've handed you what's being marked as State's Exhibits 119 and 121 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
I initialed the labels and dated the tape.
And what do those 2 items contain?
These are the 2 casings from the near the refrigerator, marker 5 and 6.
And that's what we're looking at, State's Exhibit 29, is that correct?
Yes.
Those shell casings that you collected, are they in substantially the same condition?
Yes.
I would move to admit State's Exhibits 119 and 121 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
119 and 121.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 119 and 121.
Okay. 119 and 121 will be admitted.
State's Exhibit 30, where were you standing in this photograph and what are we looking at?
That is the door from the interior going into the garage. The refrigerator would be behind me, so that would be the other corner. So if you're looking at the door to the right.
And I see a photo marker in the center there. What is that marking?
I believe that's going to be another casing. Yes.
And State's Exhibit 32, what is that for the record?
That's going to be a casing.
Can I approach the witness?
May.
Ms. Smith, I've handed you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 120. For identification purposes, do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
And what is that item?
This is the casing for marker 7.
Okay. And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move State's Exhibit 120 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 120 will be admitted.
Ms. Smith, State's Exhibit 34, what is your vantage point in this photograph?
The driveway's behind me, and there's the interior door.
And here in State's Exhibit 36, is there anything of note that was depicted in this photograph?
Yes, there is a fragment on the floor right there by that wood.
And State's Exhibit 38, what are we looking at there?
That is a bullet fragment.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Marked as State's Exhibit 125. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and date.
Okay. And what does that item contain?
This is a projectile bullet fragment.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move States Exhibit 125 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 125 will be admitted.
And States Exhibit 39, is that a close-up of that same projectile?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 40, there were some items close to where Collin was found, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you observe any blood on any of those items?
I did.
Okay. And for the record, States Exhibit 47, close to the sheet there, what is the item at the top of the photograph?
A cooler?
And what is depicted in States Exhibit 48?
Appears to be a bullet fragment.
Okay. And may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 124 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
My name and initials and date.
Okay, and what does that item contain?
This is a bullet fragment or projectile.
Okay. And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 124 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 124 will be admitted.
And that item, that's what is depicted here in States Exhibit 50, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you have any difficulty locating any of these items in the garage?
It took a moment to find them. We had to move some things, but they were all right there in the general vicinity.
And were you ever able to find a fourth shell casing?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you look?
We did.
Now, in this photograph, we see that same cooler to the left. What is photo marker 4 marking?
The number 4?
Yes.
His cell phone?
And on the back side of the cooler, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That what we believe was blood.
Okay. And that States Exhibit 53 for the record. And is this how you observed Mr. Turner there in the garage?
Yes, sir.
And States Exhibit 54? And photo marker 4, what are we looking at? States Exhibit 57.
A cell phone.
And when was that located?
I believe after we moved the blanket, and I don't recall.
Where was it in relation to Mr.
Where
Turner?
was it? It was right next to him, kind of underneath of him.
Okay. Kind of underneath him, you said?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
States Exhibit 58, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The master bedroom closet.
And what is that in States Exhibit 59?
A gun holster.
I approach the witness.
You may.
Mr. Smith, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. State's Exhibit 131 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Would you go ahead and open that envelope for me?
You want me to pull it out?
Yes. And what is that item?
A gun holster.
And is that the gun holster you collected from the residence?
Yes, sir.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, sir.
This time I'd move State's Exhibit 131 into evidence.
Yeah, this time we pose an objection as to relevance.
Would overrule the objection. I'll go ahead and admit Exhibit 131.
And is that that holster that you're holding there, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 60?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you want to put that back in the envelope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just set it here.
State's Exhibit 61, what is this a photograph of?
A toaster on the counter, and there's a firearm behind the toaster, and that blue, I would assume it's a candle holder.
Is that the firearm you just spoke of?
Yes, sir.
When am I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, I've stated you were to mark Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Could you go ahead and open that box for me?
I'm sorry, I have to stand up. Okay.
Now, what is contained in that box there?
A gun, the magazine, and a holster.
And are those the items you collected from the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And are they in substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes.
This time I would move State's Exhibit, I guess, Composite 1, the contents of the box, the firearm, magazine, and holster into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 1.
Composite Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Judge, and I would move to briefly publish the firearm.
You may.
Sorry.
And Ms. Smith, the item in the box there, are there any changes to that firearm as it was packaged in the box?
No, sir.
Was there anything, any trigger guard or anything put on it?
I put some zip ties with it open. Do you need the other piece?
And I'm not probably sure.
You may.
And Ms. Smith, just for the record, State's Exhibit 2, that's the firearm and holster we're looking at in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 64?
That is the magazine, or the clip.
And that's the item that was with the firearm, the
Yes.
magazine? And was there any ammunition in either the firearm or the magazine?
Yes.
Okay. How many rounds and where were they located?
There was 1 in the chamber, and I believe 6 in the magazine, but I need to check my report.
And were those all collected?
Yes.
Madam, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, I've handed you State's Exhibit 130A and 130B. Do you recognize those two items?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
My initials and the date.
Okay. And what is 130A?
So the single,
Yes.
this was the one that was in the chamber, or the cartridge that was in the chamber.
Okay. And what does 130B contain?
These are the 6 cartridges that were in the magazine.
And are those in substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I've moved State's Exhibit 130A and 130B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 130A and 130B will be admitted.
Ms. Smith, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 67?
There was just some ammunition in the garage.
And is that what is depicted in State's Exhibit 68 and 69?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 70?
Medication.
And is there a reason you documented that and took photographs of that?
Just want to have record of what was on scene.
Okay. And State's Exhibits 70 through 74 are all medications that you took photographs of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did not collect those medications, correct?
I'm sorry?
You did not collect the medications, correct?
I did collect them and weighed them.
Okay. You documented them with photographs?
Yes.
Judge, you can blank the screen. Ms. Smith, did you attend the autopsy of Collin Turner?
I did.
And when?
Now, at this time, may we approach the bench?
Sure.
Ms. Smith, I believe you had said yes, you attended Collin's autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was that performed?
Can I refer to my report?
Would looking at your notes there help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
September 10th at 20. I'm sorry, September 10th, 2021.
And did you observe the autopsy being performed?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, were photographs taken during that autopsy procedure?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Smith, I've handed you State's Exhibits 75 through 107, marked for identification purposes. You have previously looked through those, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate depiction of the autopsy as you witnessed it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move into evidence State's Exhibits 75 through 107.
Subject to my earlier objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and the objection was overruled, so Exhibits 75 through 107 will be admitted into evidence.
And Ms. Smith, there at the autopsy, did you collect any physical items of evidence? If you want to go ahead and close that.
Yes, I did. I collected. Did you want me to list them?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
May.
State's Exhibits 122 and 123 marked for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Could you go ahead and open those two envelopes for me? Did you open both of them? Sorry.
I did.
You did? Okay. And what is contained in those two little containers there?
These were the projectiles that were in the victim.
And did you collect them at the autopsy?
I did.
Okay. You know, at this time I'd move into evidence State's Exhibits 122, 123.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits 122 and 123 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Those are my questions.
Right. Cross-examination?
Just a few. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Gangler, isn't it?
Used to be.
Okay. If I could, the gun that was pictured in State's Exhibit 62, the one that the prosecutor showed to the members of the jury, that doesn't fit that holster you found in the closet in the bedroom, does it?
I do not know.
And you can't tell the jury who's that ammunition that was pictured in the garage. You can't tell the members of the jury who that ammo belonged to, can you?
I cannot.
Did you know that Mr. Turner, the decedent, had guns and ammunition in that home?
I did not.
Did you know he had guns in the red truck which was outside. Did you process that, by the way?
I did not.
Okay. Did you find out that there were guns inside that truck, that red truck?
I did not.
The medications that you showed the members of the jury, were you aware that those were for Bree's upcoming surgery that she's about to have?
I was not.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Can this witness be excused? And then we need to, I don't know, Mr. Alderman, do you want to take these exhibits?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll grab them.
Get them to the clerk to be logged in.
I'm sorry, can I get down?
Yes, you're now excused. Hold on just a second. Okay. Mr. Alderman, call your.
I was going to say if Mr. Etheridge and Mr. Barnes want to approach in terms of the scheduling issue that we mentioned earlier.
Okay, all right.
All right.
All right, Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
Yes, sir. And let's see into our conversation. The bench, I'll release Detective Rowell and have him come back in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. State would call Craig Forehand.
All right, sir, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Sir, have a seat in the chair. Ask you to pull the chair as close to the mic as you can and speak loud enough into the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Craig Forehand.
And you're currently retired, is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to your retirement, where were you employed?
The U.S. Navy, at the station at U.S. Navy, NAS Pensacola.
Okay. And what was your most recent assignment or duty there?
I was the senior enlisted leader or command master chief, or I guess to put it in more civilian terms, I was kind of the CO's direct advisor.
Okay. And what was your duty and function there?
I had multiple roles there, whether it be operational planning or just personnel management. So a lot of different hats with that job.
Okay. And did you oversee a good number of people?
Yes, sir.
About how many?
Somewhere it varied, but about over 200
okay.
on any given day.
And how long were you with the Navy?
My career, about 24 years.
And do you know the defendant, Miss Bree Kuhn?
I do.
Okay. How do you know Miss Kuhn?
She and I worked together. She was, when she got stationed with us, she was my assistant, so she helped me manage my day-to-day taskings, and my calendar and stuff like that.
Okay. And prior to the shooting incident, how long had you known her? Do you know?
Oh, I don't remember. It would be in the months range, I would think, but I can't remember exactly when she arrived.
Okay. You said months?
I would think so, somewhere in the 6-month range, but I can't be positive about that.
And of the time of the shooting, was she on full duty?
Yes, sir. She was active duty.
Okay. Had she been on limited duty at any point?
She was stationed with us. She was stationed with us as a limited duty sailor.
Okay. And what was the reason for that? Do you know?
I know she had in the past she had a suicide ideation, so she was stationed with us to receive the aftercare treatment for that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was she receiving the treatment for that?
Yes, sir. She was in an IOP, or intensive outpatient program. As far as the specifics of the program, I'm not privy to that.
Yes, sir. Now I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021, at the day of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Did you expect Ms. Kuhn to come to work that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice that something was amiss?
I noticed right around lunchtime she wasn't there.
Okay. And did you have contact with her?
At that point, I texted her and to check up on her and see how everything was going. As far as and then she responded. Okay, how does she respond? I guess. Well, your question was I'm sorry. What was your question?
I believe my question was when did you first have contact with her?
Okay, so that was about 11:40 in the morning, just to check on her, see how things was going, because she wasn't where I expected her to be.
Okay. And what was her response? Do you remember?
Gosh, you mind if I check my notes real quick? Is that okay? Or
Would that help refresh your memory?
It would. I'm sorry. It's just been so long.
I understand.
Just got it right here.
Okay. You made some notes to yourself about sort of the events that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's kind of my timeline of events. Oh, okay. So at that time, I just texted her, make sure she was okay, and then, then I don't know exactly how it played out. I guess she was fine at that point, and then I just tasked her with an assignment at that time.
And shortly after that, did she mention anything in relation to Collin, her husband?
It was sometime later. I had a meeting right after that. So during the course of that meeting, we got our secretary, or the command secretary, the executive secretary. She interrupted the meeting and said that Collin's husband was trying to get a hold of the XO, Commander Godby here. So at that time, he and I dismissed ourselves, and we took the phone call in his office.
Okay. And you spoke with Collin on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
You may.
Now, Mr. Forehand, prior to this conversation here on 9/8, had you ever spoken with Collin before?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did Collin inform you was happening during this phone conversation?
At that point, when he called, he informed us that Bree's okay. I don't know. He said that Bree had removed their access to their financial information, as well as he put his computer through the dishwasher. He also, at that point, he also informed me that she had been missing her therapy appointments and had been skipping work over the past several days. And then he told me, or he told us, Exo and I, that he wanted to take their children back home to his parents' home in Georgia. And then he also informed us at that time that the sheriff's office at some point that morning had come to their home as well. So.
Okay, and about what time was that conversation? Do you remember?
That was about 1400 or 2 o'clock.
Okay. And during this conversation, what was Collin's demeanor?
He was very calm, very very articulate and well spoken at that time.
Was he angry?
No, sir. It was just a very general, casual conversation like we're having now. It wasn't, it wasn't escalated or anything. It wasn't any holler or screaming. Just it seemed very reasonable to me.
Now he's reporting to you that she has cut off his access to finances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that? Let me ask you: how does the military deem that, or is there anything the military can do about that for a military spouse?
This is a bit of a long answer. So when we look at a couple of things here, we call it spouse emotional abuse and things like that. We determine, or not we, but the Navy says when you remove financial capabilities or you start causing damage to people's equipment or stuff, it's a form of emotional abuse.
And is there anything the military can do in terms of assisting, in terms of the financial aspect?
Okay, so in a situation like this, we don't have the authority to tell her what she can and can't do with her finances. But what we do have is a program is called the Family Advocacy Program, and that's designed to help families that are struggling. And then it's a long process how we get here, but ultimately there's a kind of again conversation about what happened, and we find the best way to help the family. And then in the cases where we'll call domestic violence is involved, we'll make try to make our best determination if we need to separate the family or put them in what we call a cool down room. When I say the family, though, I really mean the service member. I think that's what you're asking me.
Yes, sir. And if I understood you correctly, did you say that the military would consider cutting off someone's finances to be a form of emotional abuse? Is that what I understood you to say?
That's correct, on our family advocacy program.
Now, in your position there, did you often deal with family issues, domestic issues of domestic violence?
Yes, sir. One of my key roles is I was on part of that family advocacy program. I was part of what you call the IDC, or Independent Termination Committee, where every single case of spousal abuse, domestic violence, those would go through a process where we would hear kind of both sides of the story and define if that case would have met criteria or not met criteria. So pretty much in my entire tenure there, that's something I was directly involved with for every single situation that involved issues like this. Okay. And
with Ms. Kuhn being, I don't know what the right terminology is, assigned to you or under you, would she be familiar with that sort of process involving the domestic violence or spousal issues?
She would definitely have known I was part of IDC just because she was managing my calendar, and then also because of her position in the military, she would be familiar with the family advocacy program as well.
Okay. And what was her position officially?
Her role in the Navy was at E7, or Chief United States Navy, and that's kind of the starting point of where a sailor or enlisted member becomes, I would call a supervisor, where they start dealing with where they start help managing these sailors' issues.
Now, sort of at the conclusion of this conversation, was Collin given any guidance or any further people that he could contact? You mentioned the family advocacy program.
Oh, yes, sir. So at the end of this conversation, we kind of left off. I asked him, did he feel safe in the current situation, in which he responded he did. And then I also gave him the number to our family advocacy counselor as well, so he could communicate to them, and that would help, again, help them with their family struggles as well.
And when you say you asked him if you felt safe, was that a standard question you asked in these kind of situations?
Yes, sir. Typically when I get a spouse calling, or even any kind of event, what I call a family flare-up, I always want to make sure, safety is always the number one goal. So I always ask those questions. Do you feel safe?
And after this conversation ended with Collin, did you have any concerns about either his safety or Bree's safety?
No, sir. Not at all.
Okay. And after this conversation, did you have any other conversations with Collin?
No, that was the last time he and I talked.
Okay. And after that conversation, did you speak with Bree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she give you some indication or background as to what was going on?
Yes, sir. So after that phone call with Collin, I called Bree up, and I reiterated to her what Collin told me, which was, that she damaged his computer, he removed her access to finances, and wanted to take I'm sorry. Yeah. So those two questions, and what she stated that he was lying about the situation, and then.
Did she say what had caused this argument to flare up most recently?
Yes, sir. So I asked, I asked her, what happened? How do we get here in this situation? And she said that it started the previous night before, where she wanted to watch a TV show, and he did not. And that was kind of the start of this situation.
Okay, that's what she told you started the argument?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was her demeanor during this conversation with you?
So when I talked to her, she was very calm as well. Very calm, very calm and very professional in the conversation. So that at that point, I didn't have any concerns either with the situation.
And did you pose to her the same question as you did to Collin about whether or not she felt safe in the residence?
I did. I asked her if she Okay. Yes, sir. I asked if she felt like her and the kids were safe.
So
I'm sorry.
I just want the record to be clear. You're looking at your notes there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
So the question was, did you ask her about if she felt safe inside the residence?
Yes, sir. I asked her if she felt safe inside the residence. She said for her and the kids, and she stated she did.
Okay. For her and the kids, she felt safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think you had previously mentioned, I think you referred to it as a cool-down location? Right?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Bree during this conversation?
Yes, sir. So I asked her in this conversation if she needed a cool-down room. And what that is where we take a sailor that's, or again, a family that's having issues, and we'll take and give the service member a barracks room for the course of 3 days, 10 days, depending on the situation that's needed. At that point, she said she didn't need a cool-down room, and yeah.
Did she say why she did not want the cool-down room?
Yeah, she didn't want a cool-down room because she was concerned that if she went to the cool-down room, which would have meant that she wouldn't have been take her kids with her, that Collin would have been able to take the kids back to Georgia at that point.
And did she mention anything about her immediate future plans?
Yes, sir. When we talked on the phone, we let the conversation off that she intended to file for it tomorrow or the next day for temporary custody with a lawyer.
Okay.
And then I ended it as, I'm sorry.
What was the?
And then we just kind of ended it. If there was any other, if she felt unsafe or the issue escalated, that she should call the police.
Okay. And approximately what time was this conversation you had with Bree?
That was about 2:30.
And I know you already said about Collin. Did you have further contact with Bree later that day?
Yes, sir. We talked again. about 4:45, we talked again about that time. I texted Bree and asked her if the situation had settled down, and to which she responded no.
Did you elaborate at that point as to what was going on?
Oh, yes, sir. At that point, so when she texted me no, I called her back, and she said that her and one of her younger children, I don't know which one, were in the. Okay, she said that her and one of her younger children in the backyard, and that Collin had taken the child from her. And she stated the child was crying, but she did not believe that Collin was going to hurt the child. And then she stated that Collin was outside with the child, and I asked her, okay, and that was that conversation was about.
And again, was there any discussions of did she feel safe? Did the children feel safe? How did she respond during this conversation?
Yes, sir. This time I asked her if her and Collin had any guns, and she said Collin had the guns in the truck, and she stated that she had a handgun. I'm sorry. That he had a handgun and a rifle in the truck, and that she had a pistol. And then I reiterated at that point in the conversation that to call the police if the situation escalated, and she said she was safe and that Collin will calm down.
And was that the last discussion you had with Bree prior to the shooting?
Yes, sir. I tried to text her later, but no response at that point.
Okay. So these conversations you had with both Collin initially and then Bree Kuhn, I think you've described, but at any point was either of them angry, yelling, shouting?
No, sir. That was it was probably one of the, these types of phone calls weren't necessarily uncommon for me to get, but what was really peculiar was that both sides were just very calm and very emotionally under control. So that's why we didn't force a cool down or anything like that, because it seemed like it was just, from my perspective, it was just two adults having an argument about some stuff.
And would you have initiated or started the procedures for a cool-down room if you had deemed it to be necessary?
Yes, sir. If I felt like the conversation, if I felt like it was just going nowhere, or just being very aggressive, I would, at that point, I wouldn't give the sailor an option. We would mandate, or I'm sorry, I used the word I don't have that authority, but I would have recommended my commanding officer to assign what we call a no contact order to initiate it. But just based off the demeanor, I didn't determine it necessary.
Okay, so the Navy can do that against the service member's will?
Yes, sir.
If they deem it necessary? The
commanding officer can assign a no contact order or an MPO.
Okay. Now, at any point during this contact, or at any point during your, you said about the 6 months that you had known Bree, had she ever related to you any type of physical abuse?
No, sir.
Had she ever related to you any type of sexual abuse?
No, sir.
Had she ever related to you any fear for her children's safety in relation to Collin?
No, sir.
Now, what would be the procedure if a service member were to report an instance of either domestic abuse or sexual abuse?
Kind of, it's two different processes.
Is that too different for the two different types?
Yeah, yes, sir. So
Okay.
we'll start with one. So for sexual abuse, which we call sexual assault, that goes to what we call a SAPR, Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Program. And so what would happen there, once the sailor reports that, and there's a lot of different methods to which the sailor can report it, depending on if they want it to be a restricted or unrestricted report. Restricted means that that situation would be just between the sailor as well as the team, or her care team that would help her or them rather cope for the situation. And then there's an unrestricted report, which would be the same type of level of post-care as well as an investigation into the situation. I'm sorry, I lost track of explaining that.
Would the person receive any kind of counseling or anything of that nature?
Yes, sir. If the sailor reports the situation or it's reported, then they would.
Okay. And again, being under your command, would Ms. Kuhn been aware of this protocol, this procedure?
Objection calls for conjecture, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So, answer.
You could answer.
Okay. So sexual assault is a huge, it's a huge deal in the military. It's very, it's got congressional level involvement in it. So we're mandated to conduct annual sexual assault prevention response training. And then this commanding officer talks about these programs. It doesn't matter what command you're in. You have to go through sexual assault training annually. So it's reasonable that she would know these processes. And even the fact that she's a chief, she would go through a whole nother process of training for that. So it's very reasonable that she would know these processes and what to do, or at least she would know where the starting line for these types of situations are.
And would it be fair to say that for members of the military, there are a large number of resources for victims of sexual abuse?
Yes, sir. There's quite a bit out there for them.
Okay. And I asked you earlier, and you had said there are two different processes. What about domestic violence? What would be the standard procedure if someone reports they are a victim of domestic violence?
Okay, so DV would be so how that would start back to that family advocacy case we talked about, and then with that there comes the process is where the sailor reports the DV, or even not necessarily the sailor, but the spouse reports the DV, or domestic violence or emotional abuse. I'm kind of lumping DV into emotional abuse, spousal abuse, all those different. It's a very big word to cover a lot of categories in it. But once that's reported, there'll be interviews conducted with both the offender and the non-offender, and then once they dictate that those events have occurred, there's a lot of different resources attached in. There's mandatory trainings required for the service member. There's mandatory trainings required for if it's a non-service member. There's recommended trainings that we'll offer for them. Now in the event of a type of domestic violence, but if it's something like some kind of grandiose, where I don't know, like where someone was just physically abuse somebody to the point, with the law enforcement get involved as soon as it happened out in town, right? There's also that law enforcement side, which has nothing to do with the military. But I think I'm going on a sidetrack here a little bit. But
fair to say that victims of DV would have resources available to them?
Yes, sir. If reported, or even if identified, we would take it, report that stuff and do something and provide aid.
Now, if a service member were to report some type of sexual abuse, or as you mentioned the SART, I think the Sexual Assault Response Team, could that cause any problems or issues in terms of their career or service in the Navy?
No, sir. You're not penalized for something like of this magnitude. It's not a punitive thing. It's therapeutic in nature.
Now, again, based on your conversations with both parties that day, were you surprised to learn that what had happened ultimately?
I was very surprised. I was just from the conversations that Bree and I would have, kind of when we were just kind of sitting around, just shooting the breeze a little bit. It sounded like ultimately they had a pretty good relationship, and he was very supportive of her. They had and from my perspective, they had a great little system where, he was going to school. She would take, I don't remember the two children, that she would take the kids to daycare. He'd go to school and do the stuff. It just seemed like they were just a relatively normal military family doing good things.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Etheridge?
Good afternoon, Mr. Forehand. Thank you for your 24 years of service. Now, Bree originally came to you for medical reasons and for mental health reasons, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew that Bree had had a suicide attempt in the past.
That's
she
correct.
Came on board, right? And you knew that she was sent to a mental health unit hospital in Crestview, Florida, right?
Yes, I believe I know that.
Okay. And you knew she stayed there for 7 days, right?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Forehand, I'm going to show you something. I want you to read lines.
Randy, what are you
Page 6.
Randy, what are you, is that the transcript of the?
Review. Sworn interview. I'm just going to ask you to read this to yourself, okay? Don't read it out loud. If you have the opportunity to read it, I'm going to ask you some questions. See if this helps refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Lines 20 through 22. Read that, Mr. Forehand, and after you have the opportunity to read it, I'm asking you to help refresh your recollection of the question I just asked you.
Okay. Just keep reading, or that's good from there.
Just
Okay.
20,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Okay, I'll repeat the question to you. Asked you, you knew she stayed there for 7 days, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your time with Bree was pleasant, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the day of the incident, September 8th, 2021, around 1:45, Bree texted you and said Collin was trying to call the command, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And as you alluded to earlier, domestic violence is a big deal in the military, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were speaking to Collin, he was trying to force the Navy to give him some money, wasn't he?
I don't know what his intentions were.
Okay. Okay. Permission to approach the witness, page 12, lines 19, lines 17 through 18.
You may.
You would, Mr. Former, read lines 17 through 18, please, to yourself, and after you have the opportunity to read those, I'm going to ask you whether that helps refresh your recollection, and I'll ask you the question again.
Okay.
Now, was Collin trying to force the Navy to give him money?
Yes, sir. It looks like, from my best guess, that was the case.
And he wanted the money so he could leave with the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you basically told him that you couldn't force her or make her give him any money, didn't you?
That's correct.
The Navy couldn't. And you learned from your conversation from Collin that he was trying to take the kids away to Georgia, right?
That's correct.
And you knew that Collin was medically retired from the Marine Corps because of traumatic brain injury, didn't you?
That's correct.
And did you know whether he quit, retired, or was discharged?
I believe he was medically retired.
Now, Bree, when she was talking to you, she told you they were arguing about Collin taking the kids to Georgia, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree, I think you've already alluded to it earlier, but Bree told you that Collin was lying, didn't she?
That's correct.
And to you, that was just so weird, wasn't it?
Which part was weird? That he was lying? I don't understand.
Yeah, the exchange between those two. What was going on between those two?
No, I don't think I understand your question right now.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Page 15, line 16. Just one line this time, Mr. Foreman. Read line 16 and see if that helps refresh your recollection.
Judge, I believe the response was, I don't understand the questions. I don't know if the...
Yeah, I just don't know what you're asking me right now.
Why don't, you can refresh his recollection, but then re-ask the question.
Yeah, just read
Yes, sir.
just those lines. That should do it. I apologize. It probably was me giving you a question, but I'll try to rephrase it.
I'm sorry, Randy. What page were you on? I'm sorry.
16. 15.
Okay.
Okay. Let me try that again, Mr. Foreman. I apologize if I confused you. And I asked you beforehand, she told you, no, he was lying, and she was calm, cool, calm, and collected, and to you, that just seemed weird, didn't it?
The situation was weird. In fact, that both parties were just very calm. That's not what I would traditionally experience.
Okay. And the argument started the night before when Bree wanted to watch television, and he didn't want to watch television, right?
That's correct.
And once again, you thought that was kind of weird, didn't you?
That they want to watch TV? No,
That they had the argument over that.
No, sir. I've been married. That's
okay.
No.
Permission approach, page 16.
You may.
Lines 18 through 20. Read lines 18 through 20, Mr. Forehead, to yourself.
I'm sorry, what numbers?
I ask you whether that helps refresh your recollection or not.
What numbers you were saying?
That's 18.
Okay, 18.
Okay, yeah, 18 through 20. Yourself, and after you have an opportunity to read that, I'm going to ask you that question.
I was trying to get the context of this. Sorry. I just need to go a little further up. Okay.
Okay. I'll ask the question again. She told you to start there with the argument, and you said it was you. Basically, you said I was like, well, that's kind of weird, right? Once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree told you that Collin had called her and loaded up his guns in the truck, didn't she?
If I could say that one more time.
Bree told you that Collin had called her and loaded up his guns in the truck, didn't she?
That's correct.
And he was trying to put the kids in there while he had the guns in the truck, wasn't he?
Boy.
You know, I'm going to object.
That's not my notes. I just
Hold on. Got an objection?
Yes, sir. Speculation.
Staying as phrased.
Okay. Okay. She told you Collin loaded up his guns in the truck and he was trying to put the kids in there, didn't she?
It's not my notes, so I just don't. I just don't
Permission
remember.
to approach the witness.
Sorry.
Page 17, lines 5 through 7.
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Lines 5 through 7 this time, Mr. Forehand. See if that helps refresh your recollection.
Okay.
So that's what she told you, didn't she?
That's correct.
And in all fairness, Mr. Forehand, you said this about 2 years ago, so it's hard to remember all this, isn't it?
Yeah. 3 years is a long time.
I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. So, and she had to call the police, didn't she?
That's correct,
The law enforcement didn't do anything about it, did they?
from my understanding.
Now, in your experience doing your job that you had to do for so long with 200-something people that you were looking out after, in your experiences, when spouses start calling the command, things are turning bad, aren't they?
Depending on how you define bad.
Not good.
Well, there's definitely an issue going on, right?
Okay.
There's something that needs improvement with the home life. Correct. I'll agree with that.
Okay, and once again, things weren't making sense to you, were they?
As far as the demeanor, no. It just.
And later, when you checked on her, she told you no, she wasn't okay that day, didn't she?
She did.
And she also told you that Mr. Turner had come and snatched her child from her and took her around to the front, didn't she?
That's correct. That's correct.
And the child was crying inconsolably, wasn't she?
Correct.
Did you have a co-worker with you named Celeste?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you get Celeste involved to try to help you try to resolve the issues that were presented to you by Bree and Collin that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you found out that Mr. Turner had put a gun in the truck.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained.
In your mind, he had 3 guns in the truck, didn't he?
I don't remember.
I'm going to object again for speculation.
Sustained.
At this point, you and your coworker decided to call the Department of Children and Family Services, didn't you?
That's correct.
And then you decided to call the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office, didn't you?
That's correct.
To find out what was going on, and also to tell them there were guns in that car, in that truck, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember Bree during that conversation, the day of the incident, telling you that earlier that Mr. Turner was like out in the front yard, pacing around and talking to himself?
I do.
And once again, you had this weird, to you, that was weird behavior, wasn't it?
It was.
Now, around 5 o'clock, I believe that's the last time you spoke to her, right?
Yes, sir. Right around there.
Okay. And she was teary and sad to you, wasn't she?
That was my perception, yes, sir.
Did you know that he was abusive to her?
No idea. Or, I'm sorry, no.
You know, I would object to that question as phrased.
I'm going to sustain its argumentative.
Now, Bree had all kind of trophies for being such an excellent recruiter for the Navy, didn't she?
Yes, sir. Back on her little bookshelf, she had quite a bit of recognition awards for what seemed to be a relatively good career in recruiting.
She seemed to be an outstanding sailor, didn't she?
Yes, sir. She and I always had very pleasant conversations. I enjoyed working with her.
Would Bree sometimes work from 7 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the next morning?
During my 10 of us together, no, sir.
Well, she was the only breadwinner in the family, wasn't she, as far as you knew?
I'm not sure their finances. I don't know.
Is it fair to say it was hard to know exactly what was going on between Bree and Mr. Turner?
Absolutely.
Permission to approach the witness, page 38, lines 10 through 11. Or no,
Okay.
sorry, Judge. Lines 10 through 12. Read those, if you would, to yourself, Mr. Forehand, and I'll ask you whether that helps refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll ask you one more time. She worked from 7 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Okay, so that question's, what you're asking me is from her previous military history, not at my command.
Okay, I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Once again, my fault, not yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was my poor question. But you knew she
Yes, sir.
would do that from time
Yeah,
to time.
she had a conversation. She kind of talked about working those really long days as being a recruiter.
And I apologize, that was my fault, not yours. Okay. Now, is there any doubt that Bree was concerned about leaving her children with Collin?
Your Honor, I'm to object for speculation.
Sustained as phrased.
Okay. You spoke to Bree that day. You spoke to Collin that day, didn't you, Mr. Forehand?
That's correct.
Okay. Any doubt in your mind from talking to her and talking to Collin, she was worried about him leaving with those kids to go to Georgia, wasn't she?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me that you don't have to be angry or shouting to be in an emotionally charged situation between spouses, girlfriends, boyfriends, husbands, wives?
I would agree.
Okay. In your 24 years of service doing what you've done serving our country, would you agree with me it's not unusual for sailors not to come up to you and tell you about some of their dark secrets or things that's going on between themselves at home?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for relevance at this point.
That's all he's been talking about is all these things. I'm not going to just stand and object.
Hold on. Overruled.
Is it unusual for sailors under your command to not confide in you or relate to you deeply personal matters?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for speculation, and if you want to approach, we can.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And
All right, y'all approach.
Try to what I was trying to get to, Mr. Forehand, is every sailor on your command, they don't necessarily confide in you, do they?
Okay. So they don't confide in me.
I'm going to object because
That's
that was
the question.
Wait.
I thought that was it. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Forehand.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You responded to Mr. Etheridge that Collin was pacing outside and talking to himself. Correct?
That's correct.
How did you know that?
Bree told me.
Okay. And he asked you a question about when you texted her and asked if everything was okay, and she responded no. And to the best of your recollection, do you remember what your question was? Did you ask her if everything was okay, or did you ask her if everything had settled down? Or did you ask her if she was okay, or has everything settled down?
Yeah, I asked, had everything settled down?
So she didn't say, I'm not okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was she relating to you that she called law enforcement because of these guns?
No.
Okay.
No, I have no knowledge of why. I just know she called.
And if Collin is leaving to go to Georgia, as I think both parties told you, correct?
Well, I know Collin wanted to leave. I know Collin and Bree didn't want him to leave.
Okay. And if he's leaving to Georgia to take his any personal items with him, you would probably have to put them in his truck. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And despite this talk of guns and police, at every point you asked both parties if they felt safe, if Bree felt safe, Collin felt safe, and the kids were safe.
That's correct.
And at every time, both parties said, yes, we're all safe, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
All right. Anything else from this witness?
I have no objection to him being excused, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. I think at this point he can be released. Again, originally I was going to recall him, but I think we probably covered everything. So.
Okay. All right, sir. You may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Can y'all approach?
Yes, sir.
Or do y'all want?
I have one more that I anticipate would be very quick.
I agree, Your Honor.
Does anybody need to get somewhere by like 5:30 or anything like that? Is everybody good?
This will be quick, Judge.
Okay. If everybody's good, all right, then we'll go ahead and call the last witness for the day.
That's what the prosecutors told me. Should be quick.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Yeah, we can go ahead and call
Okay.
call the last witness for the day.
Detective Mitchell Kelly.
Sir, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Great, sir. Have a seat in the chair. Please speak in the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Patients, can you please state your name for the record?
Mitchell Kelly.
And where you're employed?
The Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been with Santa Rosa for about 8 years.
Okay. Do you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir. I spent 12 to 13 years in Colorado as a police officer as well.
Okay. And what are your present duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant for the patrol division, but at the time of this investigation, I was a detective in the major crimes unit.
Okay. And were you involved in the investigation in the case in the death of Collin Turner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And who was the lead detective or investigator in that case?
Detective David Rowell.
Okay. Now, at some point during that day, the day of the murder, September 8th, 2021, did detectives have cause to speak with Ms. Kuhn?
Yes.
Okay, where did that take place?
At the major crimes office in our interview room.
Okay. And are those interviews recorded?
Yes, they are.
And your interview there with Ms. Bree Kuhn, was Detective Rowell involved in that also?
Yes, he was.
And was the entirety of that interview recorded?
It was.
Okay. Was there any questioning of Ms. Kuhn that took place outside that room or outside of that outside of that recording?
No.
Shortly thereafter, you had occasion to travel to interview a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who did you go interview?
Myself and David and Detective Rowell went to Pennsylvania to interview the defendant's brother.
Okay. And do you remember when that was in relation to the murder?
It was just a couple days after.
Okay. And did you speak with her brother, you and Detective Rowell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, audio and video.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of real brief ones. Mr. Kelly, you're no longer a detective anymore.
That's correct.
You're a regular patrol deputy now, right?
I was promoted to sergeant, so I was reassigned.
You never went to the scene, did you?
No.
You assisted with a search warrant for the residence?
That's correct.
And you conducted an interview of the gentleman just left you, Mr. Forehand, Bree's command, right?
Yes, I did an interview with him.
Okay. And the last thing you did is you accompanied your fellow officer Rowell to interview Bree's brother, Eric Kuhn Jr. in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay. Can this witness be excused? Or do you want him to remain on standby?
I'd say remain on standby,
Okay.
just in case, and I will notify if anything comes up.
All right. You're now excused for today, but please remain on standby.
Okay. And Judge, the other witness had released, and I anticipate calling him in the morning.
Okay. All right, members of the jury, that's going to wrap up testimony for today. What I'm going to have you do is leave your pens and notepads underneath your chairs. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Also, again, do not conduct any investigation on your own. Do not go on any websites or watch any news related to this case. Do not visit any places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look up anything about this case. Again, everything that you will need to decide this case will occur here in the courtroom. Again, you cannot talk about this case with any members of your family or occupants of your home. And I'm going to have y'all be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Okay? So with that, y'all are now excused for today.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, everybody can be seated. So I want to go over these photographs.
Yes, sir.
For the autopsy.
I don't know if you want to look at the physical copies or...
Well, we can, do you want to go ahead and, I mean, because my understanding of the case law on this is that, you know, each photograph needs to show something different. There is a different purpose for each photograph. And so if we want to go ahead and put them up, and Mr. Alderman, if you want to, or do y'all have copies and I can look at them?
like I said, I have the physical copies that you should have right there.
Yes, sir, and that's A-okay with me if you want to review them at your leisure today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Unless you want to look at them right now, that's fine.
All right, well, what I can do is just describe them. 75 looks like it's more of a overall view of the back with what I assume the state's going to say are entry wounds. That's number 75.
Yes, sir.
And number 76 is the close-up of the entry wounds.
May we approach?
Sure. Thank you. just a second. All right, I'm just gonna. I do think some of these are cumulative. I think because you've got. All right. Let me look at one thing. Because I just want to make sure this isn't coming back over this. But again, I don't know what she's gonna.
Well, and I will say for the court's information that the pictures have the little stickers.
Correct.
Each one has a number, and the
Correct.
number corresponds to the wounds.
Correct.
Because it can get very confusing, and what the medical examiner has to kind of keep them on track as to which exit wound corresponds to which entrance wound, and it can be very easy to lose track of those. So that's why all those numbers are going to correspond to what she's describing, because the gunshot wounds as the numbers don't correspond to the actual gunshots, if that makes sense.
So let's just take number 76 and 98. Other than the measuring stick, is there any difference in those?
I'm sorry, which you said 76 and 98?
Yeah.
Um, 76 is of his back, 98 of his chest.
I don't think 98's of his chest, is it?
98 is of his chest, yes, sir. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm looking at the exhibit numbers, not the slide numbers.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the slide numbers. I do that all the time. Yes, I'm sorry. 98 is of his back. As is 76. Really, the difference in those photographs is highlighting that that's the entrance wound that the doctor would be talking about. One's labeled number 5, one is labeled number 8, because then the pictures that follow it are the corresponding exit wounds.
Here's what I'm going to task Mr. Alderman that you need to do, is you need to give me specifics on why each of these need to be admitted and what is different on this. Because I'm telling you, if that, I need the specifics, because I do not want this coming back over this issue. So, I mean, as long as the state can show that each of these photos there is something different, that each of these photos is showing.
What I can do, for example, for those two, I can eliminate an exhibit, but then what I would do is basically show that picture twice, because that's the entrance wound that the doctor would be describing. Because it gets very difficult to describe 4 entrance wounds at once. The most
I see what you're saying.
Right.
I mean, I just, and I said they're cumulative, but I will note that each one of these has different measurements, so maybe I may be mistaken on that.
Record, I would also note that there are several of those are the.
Well, several are not of.
Tray.
Yeah, there's one of the wrist, and I'm not concerned about that.
But so, I mean, those two specifically, you mentioned like I said, I could eliminate one, but I would have to show the same picture twice.
As long as, well.
And I'll tell you.
Here's the thing. I'll let it in, but.
For the record, the way I have the medical examiner testify is, for example, looking at the 4 wounds on the back. I'm not going to have her describe all 4 of those wounds at the same time. You go gunshot wound by gunshot wound. So you go 1 on the back, 1 on the chest, 1 on the back, 1 on the chest.
Okay.
So that's how the photographs are sequenced to walk her through each gunshot, because it doesn't make any sense to describe all the wounds on the back and then all the wounds on the chest, because then you wouldn't know which wound correlates to which wound. So,
A few things, if I may.
go ahead.
By that logic, I think there would be 8 then, right? 8 pictures. But my other point is, it's not just that, in People magazine, they show these 2 pictures and they look similar, but there's differences. It's not just spotting the differences in the pictures. It's what those pictures each infer, or what he's going to argue with those. If it's going to be the same argument, I don't know. I think it's more than just, are the pictures different? What are you trying to show with the different pictures?
Maybe I just need to do a little more legal research.
And the other thing I would say, for example, say 76 there. On those, you can't tell those are gunshot wounds. So you need close-ups of each, and that's how most of the wounds are.
Okay.
So, and again, this is, most cases, this is not much of an issue. But here, because of her allegations and her defense, this is an absolute crucial issue.
Okay.
So.
And again, there are several of these photos that have nothing to do with the back or the chest, too. I mean, I think I probably just need to do some legal research, and part of me is like, let it in, and if it gets reversed, then that's not on me. I mean,
feeling froggy, Judge.
What?
I said you're feeling froggy. Like, hey.
No, I mean, I'm kind of like, if the state wants it in, I mean, I'm just trying to avoid setting up issues for appeal. That's what I'm concerned about.
I mean, because, in looking at it, say, for example, States Exhibit 89 and 95 are very similar, but each one highlights a different wound that would be correlating to the doctor's description. So I could eliminate one of those exhibits, but then when displaying them, I would have to show that same image again so that she could describe this is the entry or the exit wound in that case, if that makes sense.
So I'll say this: as long as the state can give a sufficient reason why each photo is significant for the testimony of the medical examiner, I think they can all come in. I think that's the case law.
I don't know if you're inviting comment or not. I think you're right. I think that is, but I'm going to look at it again, and yeah.
I'm just a little worried. I mean, but then again, this is a unique case because it is 4 shots. Apparently, the state's theory, the 4 shots going to the back, which is refuting a defense theory, one of self-defense, two, that she shot him in the chest. So part of this is anticipatory rebuttal.
I would agree with you typically, but this is a little different in as much as it's the battered spouse syndrome, and it's not your, he was charging at me and it was either me or him kind of a thing. I mean,
well, for the record, she does say he was coming at me.
Right.
Well, I get it.
I don't know if the defense is going to argue that, but that's her statements. He's coming at me, and he's threatening me, and he's coming at me, and I shoot him as he's coming at me. Those are her statements on numerous occasions. This is the evidence that he's shot in the back. You know, there's no video. This physical evidence, these photographs, is the evidence that he was shot in the back.
Maybe I took the bait when you said case is different, but at any rate, I don't know if you're inviting much here.
And it's, you know, because it kind of puts the state in an awkward position for the defense to argue, I didn't shoot him in the back, but I'm objecting to the evidence that I shot him in the back. I mean, or some of the evidence, let's say. I understand that I'm objecting to it. I understand that.
It just gets to a point, I think, the jury almost loses it in some sense, and it's just one picture after another, and they just flood out. I mean, I was looking at a few of them. They close their eyes earlier with some of the pictures, and it's like you got the cell phone up there that's kind of over in the corner.
Right, but at the same time, the state's got to. I mean, they're entitled to present their theory of the case, and the defense has raised self-defense, and
no, I get it. I don't want to lose any credibility with anybody, but
I'll just say this: I was a little surprised. I mean, I was thinking when you were going to admit the photos, it was going to be 10 to 12 and not 32. But like I said, let me count here.
Excuse me.
All right. I see what what you're doing, Mr. Alderman, is you are going through each wound.
Yes,
showing
and if
the back, the close-up of the back, and then the chest and the close-up of the chest.
Yes, sir.
Of the entry and the exit wound.
Yes, sir. And that's all one gunshot.
Okay. And then you're going to the second entry wound.
Yes, sir.
And showing it from the back, a close-up, to the front, and having, I assume, the medical examiner will be able to testify what exit wound you could attribute to the entry wound.
Yes, sir. And that's the significance of the little stickers with the numbers.
Okay.
Because on the autopsy report, each wound is sort of labeled and numbered corresponding to which gunshot it relates to.
So when it says 5, 6, 7, and 8 on these.
Yes, sir.
And it has, the chest has 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, sir. So, for example, in the autopsy report, the first gunshot, the entrance wound is labeled number 5. The exit wound is labeled number 1, and then the re-entry wound is labeled number 4.
Okay, so and that's the one at the wrist.
Yes, sir. And that's gunshot number 1.
Okay.
So the numbers correlate to the entrance and exit wounds.
Okay.
So
essentially, you're using the picture to link up the trajectory of each bullet and wound.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And without that, quite frankly, it can be very difficult to understand which wound corresponds to which gunshot.
Okay. All right.
Again, Judge, we've conceded that you shot and killed him. Trajectory, that has absolutely no relevance whatsoever to showing, with his reasoning, that you've got that 4x4, long shot, close up, entry, long shot, close up, exit. That's 4x4, that's 16, not 32, Judge.
Well, then you have the wrist, right? And then like I said, no, but there are several pictures here that aren't anything. So you take 16 plus, I mean, we're
About 18.
And again, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I don't know how the defense can say trajectory doesn't matter when she's saying I shot him in the back. Trajectory absolutely matters. That's the...
Well, and, I mean, it also matters, too, because, and I think it matters for each one, because theoretically, is the defense, I mean, it can be argued, well, it refutes an argument that he attacks, she shoots him in the chest, then he turns back, and then she shoots him in the back, because the state's theory was there was no entry wound to the chest.
No, sir.
And that all four to the back.
And her last statement, I believe, to Dr. McDonald, she tried to argue that he sort of spun as she's shooting. So again,
okay.
So trajectory absolutely matters, but what the pictures and what the doctor is going to testify to, all four shots are right in the back.
Okay. Well, and it's hard to, I mean, some of these wounds are, close in proximity, so it's hard to take a picture, well, of, I don't know.
And I will also say for the record that these are I call them the sanitized pictures, because they take pictures beforehand where the person is covered in blood. Then they go through, clean the body, and show very sort of, I call them, the sterilized pictures, where they're not bloody photographs, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're, autopsy pictures. So they're not, pools of blood everywhere. So that is, they are the sanitized version after the cleanup. And also, I included no pictures of the interior wounds. There are plenty of pictures of the interior wounds that the medical examiner will describe. That he's shot in both lungs. He's shot in the heart. They have the trajectory rods. I didn't include any of those.
Okay.
So, because those...
So what you're telling me is there was maybe even 100 pictures.
There was well over 100 autopsy pictures. And the interior photos I do not typically display because those are very hard for a jury to look at. And I think the medical examiner can describe, the bullet went through the lung, it went through the heart. I don't think the jury needs to see the person's heart with a rod through it. The entrance and exit wounds are different. So this is not a situation where simply plastered all these photographs that are prejudicial as can be. So this is the sanitized, broken down, where wound by wound, the doctor can explain it in a practical and user-friendly fashion for the jury to comprehend.
And what is the mark on the neck, like in number 78?
That is an exit wound.
Okay.
Yes. So that's the first gunshot wound. It was in the back, comes out the neck, enters the wrist.
Okay.
So, for example, I could probably eliminate number 78 because 79 is similar. It has the sticker, or whatever you want to call it, designating the number wound corresponding to the autopsy report.
Okay. All right.
There are probably a couple of I can eliminate, but the vast bulk are, show the path the doctor will explain.
Well, at this point, they'll remain in evidence, but Mr. Alderman, you may want to
Excuse me.
The remaining in evidence for the time being, they haven't been published. I'll maybe do some research
And I will
tonight.
say, Mr. Barnes mentioned about the battered spouse. If this was, because sometimes you have the battered spouse, somebody's asleep or something like that. If the defense was, yes, he's outside and I shot him in the back because of battered spouse, then it would be very different. But that's not what her claims are. So.
All right. Anything else that we need to talk about?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
A couple things, Judge. As you can see, every time we talk, we've got to push these things.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody called me over lunch and said, "Man, you got to shut up. You're all over the internet or whatever." It's a distraction, obviously a attorney-client issue. I'm asking if you can see to it that we can unplug these mics. I mean, I'm standing here now. The mic doesn't have anything to do with it. I think we both talk loudly enough that it's.
What? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm trying to get these things unplugged. Oh, nice. Good one.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Maybe you're going to say that's not your bailiwick. I don't know.
Judge, I think it infringes on the right to a fair trial when I can't talk to my client without it being recorded and broadcast. That's attorney-client privilege. It doesn't get any more important than that. And I can't talk to Mr. Barnes or her at any time. It's just really.
And apparently my phone number was broadcast because
Yeah,
he was recording during the lunch break. And
what is the purpose of recording what we're saying? I mean,
I can tell you, I got.
Here's the thing. I don't know how all this technology works. There was a request to film this. We have to accommodate it.
That'd be like saying they can come and put a camera here or a microphone right here. I mean, there's no.
Well, y'all are welcome to file an injunction prohibiting them from doing that. There's nothing to stop you from that.
If I rolled in with an injunction tomorrow, you'd look at me like, "Man, why didn't you just ask me?" I mean,
No,
really?
actually, you'd have about 3 or 4 other lawyers rolling in
Yeah,
with the
I
same
know.
thing. Some of them, your criminal defense brethren.
I understand. I got a little murder trial going on. I can't take on all that. But in Escambia, they unplug them. I just don't know why we just, I guess what you're saying is because it's tied into the First Amendment and the media and everything else. But I disagree with that rationale. But you're the judge. Fair enough.
I'm just following the law. There's been
not gonna
countless cases that say that they can do this.
That they
Now,
can
I mean, is there a way? I mean,
It's affecting our trial.
yeah.
It's affecting our trial. It's a murder trial.
And I can-
It's affecting how I can communicate with my co-counsel, how I can communicate with my client.
And if
Or
you
what-
want to, I can give you names of people of the criminal defense bar in this area who will also come in here, and I'm thinking of one particular person now that will come in here and argue this.
What? We can reach over and kill it. No one's upset about that. You have to reach over and kill it. That's okay. But we can't. So somebody, I guess, wants us to have to go through the steps every time of reaching over and killing it. If we can kill it, then we ought to be able to unplug it. There's no First Amendment issue with regard to any of that or media issue with regard to any of that. No one's upset we can do that. It's just the fact we have to keep doing it. I'm not asking that court TV be thrown out.
But what I'm saying is I don't know that there's a way to do that technologically. I mean, there may be. I'll talk to our IT people and see if there's another mechanism we can use. I'll let them know that y'all are tired of doing that. Maybe there is. I mean, maybe there's a way. I know I've seen it before where they put their own microphones in, on the witness stand and up here at the bench. I mean,
I agree, but if there's again, it's late, I'm repeating myself, I don't want to upset you. If we can shut it off by doing this, and there's no issue with that, then we should be able to just reach under here and hit a button instead of every time having to remember to do that. But listen.
I don't know, maybe it can be, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea whether it can be unplugged.
They kill them in Escambia County all the time, but I know this is a different courthouse and stuff.
All right, Judge, what time you want to see her tomorrow?
Hold All right, I will look into whether there's an alternative.
Fair enough.
But I really want you to, I would be, you would be amazed at, again, it would make for some interesting issues among the local bar.
I must be missing something, because if we can reach over and push the button and nobody cares, but they're going to litigate whether or not.
But here's the problem. I don't know that I can set this up to where it's not being brought. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if I can do that.
That's the different argument, I think. But anyway, I've wasted everybody's breath. I'm not going to die on this hill.
It would be an interesting, I will just say, you're going to have criminal defense attorney against criminal defense attorney on this one.
The issue is going to be, we can't agree that council can unplug them, but we're okay with them.
No, but here's the problem. But here's the option. If the option is, here may be the two options. If the option may be to accomplish what you want, they can't film in here because the way the system is tied in.
Perhaps. I mean, they didn't put this stuff here, right?
Who?
Media didn't put this here.
No. But we're all tied into the same. They're tying into our system. That's what I'm saying. They tie into the system. That's how we.
The argument would have to be then that there's a First Amendment right or interest that is greater than the attorney-client relationship. Man, we want to hear what you guys are saying. What? Where do you get that? First Amendment? No? That violates the attorney-client privilege.
And if you would like to file an injunction to prohibit them from doing it, that's using these arguments. That would be, I would consider it.
Let's go.
But I'm telling you, we'll have a lot of lawyers here, and again, I know one in particular that I assume would be here to argue against it. But maybe not. Maybe they'll come to your position. Let me see what I can do on this.
What time tomorrow, Your Honor?
Hold on one second. I just have to put on the record that I've been told I can't go to the jail to see my client this evening
Why not?
because I didn't give 24-hour notice and they don't do nighttime visits. I know you said you can't do anything about it. Putting that on the record. If I get out there and I can't get in, I'll file something.
Is there any way we can have him? We don't have any control.
Jim, there's a thing which says under storage, you have to go to the commander, but they should allow it, Judge. There's one little corollary there, and a little notice they give you that for unusual circumstances, extraordinary circumstances. And a murder case, first-degree premeditated murder case, is extraordinary.
Did you try to go out yesterday?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe if you go out today, then, I mean, you say this is a murder case. She may be testifying or not testifying tomorrow. Then they may let you talk to her.
Sure. And I'm just telling you what my staff is telling me when they call, but that's a different deal when I get out there and it's me. I would hope.
And here's the thing. If we can let you in early and have her here, you can talk in the room over there too, if need to. But
Well, I would almost take you up on that. And in addition to go see, but anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. Let me just go out there and I'll get it. I'll commit a crime to get in. People always think
no, don't do that. So, all right, I'll see if there's any way that it can be reconfigured. But I mean, y'all seem to be doing fine with it. I know it's a pain in the butt to.
I'm not.
Okay, yeah, that's good. All right,
I'm the young guy.
All right.
All right, thank you.
What time's kickoff tomorrow, Judge?
8:30. Yo, we got what now?
We just stay here. I mean, it's.
Okay. So he can.
By the time I get home and eat, by the time I come back.
You can go out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think they will. I think they will make accommodation.
Thank you.
Are you going tonight? He just
I'll
wants
be there in an hour. 75 minutes. Thank you, Josh.
No, don't thank me. Thank
Thank you.
them.
Thank you for just letting.
So if we start at 8:30, I would anticipate probably being done maybe 10:30.
Okay.
So I have a 52-minute interview and then the testimony of Dr. Walowski.
Okay.
So I would say probably around 10:30ish.
Okay.
The court, I think, already knows that we intend on putting Eric Kuhn Jr., Dr. Harper, and possibly Ms. Kuhn.
And they will all be here tomorrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you know who you're going to call?
It's going to go
First.
Eric,
Okay.
Dr. Harper, Bree, and
No,
Dr.
Bree.
Harper.
Okay. So maybe Eric before lunch and then Dr. Harper after lunch.
Yeah, what time do you think I
You
should
should be
have
done
him
by
here?
10:30, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, that's what we're telling our witnesses.
Okay. All right.
I'd tell Dr. McDonald, I think 12:30, but
About 10:30.
that's probably way too ambitious, and we may not get to her until Thursday. Is what I'm thinking now.
Well, it may just depend on how long Dr. Harper's going to take.
Probably a good little while, I would think.
Mr. Barnes, are you doing the direct?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't like that look.
The courtroom's going to be locked when we leave, correct?
Yes, I'm leaving my stuff.
I was going to say, can I just leave some of my stuff here?
Y'all, whether it's direct or cross exam, just don't beat the dead horse, okay? Just ask the questions.
This is your courtroom. Remember, you have the discretion to
Judge, it
run it
depends
the
if
way
that dead
it's-
horse has been shot in the back or the front. So, you know.
We'll have 84 pictures of it.
No, I will say this for Mr. Barnes. I think one of the only times as a judge when I stopped questioning without an objection from the state was on a case that you had. Because you would, I'm like, this is like the 5th time we've gone over this. I'm sorry. But,
Well, I'm slow, man. I just got to make sure it's done.
but it was a weird case.
Are we still on the record?
But no, we're off the record now. Oh, no, that's okay. It was the case, in fact, what it about, there was some,
Over there, here.
it was in Escambia. What about somebody who had been abusing some animals or something?
Yes.
It's been 10 years ago, I think.
I do remember. But not,
And I think they found him guilty of some misdemeanors or something.
yeah.
It was a stalking, but it had to do with some dead animals.
Yes, I mean,
Again, it's been 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But I won't do that this time.
I deserve it, I deserve it. You know, listen, sometimes you'd be saving me from myself, because if you're thinking it, the jury's thinking it. So,
All right.
okay.
8:30 then.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate you, Judge.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, it says 5.
And then when it got onto that, I was like, let me make sure.
Yeah,
that this
yeah,
was-
no, it says 5.
All right.
No, it's okay.
All right, well,
All right. Are you here tomorrow, or do you know?
they'll be